Sorry about that. Unfortunately, the internet decided to just cut out. So, just to give a anyway, yes. So, unfortunately, the internet cut out. So, we had to restart the stream, and JP lost the first game by a hair because an impact hammer did 2 damage to him, and which put him right into lethal range. I actually think he could have won that game if he just he used a heated vengeance. If he just attacked without using the impact hammer, he would have lived with 1 life against the cosmic bolt. So, these just small things. But now we're in game 2, and we opened fertile grounds. So, really, good start here. Was able to open like fertile grounds, and then also got a fast gear off. Luniel is on fragmented, or not fragmented. He's on serene spirit this game, so he's definitely in a position where he's much safer to dying. But let's see. He has 1 heal herb and he has serene. Actually, JB going for the big like damage line now is making me think he kind of forgot about serene. Also, Luniel does have a 3 visits in hand, so we will see if that ends up needing to be employed. Obviously, you'd rather use it when you're already at level 3, so you can start getting your star call cards off. The Polaris is currently rested, but next turn it is most likely going to be employed to destroy this Arthur, unless Comet Fall maybe lands. So, Sable Remnant, more damage. Gonna come in for another 4. I mean, a 4, you just have to take all of it. Oh, is he gonna try and go for the heated vengeance again this time? Actually, there is a beseech in Luniel's hand, so if he can get him to release now, we can at least shut that off. No, but he's going to just try and take the slower road. Wants to hold probably this incapacitate instead. Do we hard level, or do we try and use this beseech? Safeguard amulet, then beseech into level 3 is definitely an option. Have the Polaris next turn as well. We're also going to get a fertile grounds proc, which will put us at another pair to draw. I think the safeguard is actually a pretty decent choice here. If the beseech gets incapacitated, I think you probably are fine. You can try and hold one of the 3. You can hold the 3 visits, and you get an extra draw. You have the Polaris, destroy all these allies. Ooh, GCR instead. Gonna pop that now. We're going to get our Fertile Grounds trigger. Should put us probably, choosing not the heal herb, because he plans to eat it this turn. Is that I think that's a 3 visit, so I'm expecting most likely a Dungeon Guide kill one of these allies, probably the Clumsy, and then go straight into Beseech, and then see what happens. I definitely think you should at least hold one of these 3 visits in hand, though, instead of putting both of them down. It's a lot riskier, because if you maybe wants to put down, I think the Mnemonic is okay to throw away here. Probably want to try and keep a forward counter if you can. I'm gonna look through his material deck and think about, is there something else that's beseech worthy? Looking at it, yeah, this is definitely a scary spot to be in. You're 4 off from death. You basically need to get the level off this turn. Well, you do still have the Serene. Can't forget that. That's why I do favor playing the Beseech now, because even if it does get negated, at least you're not stuck with a dead win card. Actually, you also probably need to play the 3 visits before you're forced to throw away your Serene here. Okay, we're gonna go for Beseech. And I imagine this is just going to get promptly incapacitated. Actually, does he have enough cards in hand? Maybe, maybe actually not enough cards in hand. I thought he had 3. Maybe he doesn't have an incapacitate? Safeguard amulet instead. Huh, interesting. Dungeon Guy gonna swing, kill Clumsy. That does put us at a 3rd fire card. We have 1 heal off of these 3 visits and then a 2nd heal. We also have the Polaris, which we're probably gonna have to just immediately pop. We have Serene plus 3 visits. That's a lot of heal to go through. Definitely looking like this is definitely a dicey spot to be in. The safeguard should keep you alive from spells. So the main thing you have to worry about is getting hit by like a rending or a heated vengeance. That would just close this game out. Impact hammer, heated vengeance, 7 damage. Would still live through Serene at least. But if it's a rending if it's Assassin Strip or rending. Unfortunately, it seems like we are buffering, so let's just see if I can. Sorry, the internet in the venue has kind of betrayed us here. Let me just see if we can get this fixed. And we're back. We're just gonna move this along. So, did bring out the impact hammer, which would definitely signal an attack, either a heated, probably a heated. So we're gonna pop the Polaris now, which will get rid of all of these allies on board. Putting in 5 bolts as well. Choosing not to use that mana root makes me think he would rather have it for a potential nascent barrier level increase. The safeguard should keep him safe from like Rococo shenanigans, but we do have to be worried about... Oh, he actually needed to keep this mana root so that he could get the Fertile Grounds trigger next turn. Of course, you're playing against Firezander. You don't really need a lot of Cosmic Bolts in the deck. The Heated Vengeance might come in here. Seems like that's the plan. Heated Vengeance. Gonna swing in for 7, which is actually... That is enough, but the Serene. Serene. Do you forget about the Serene? We also have 3 visits, actually. If you heal off 3 visits, puts you at 15, which means you would still die. So you should activate 3 visits here into Serene. So at least you get the extra 2 heal and the glimpse. Or maybe you don't want to minus yourself. Yeah, he's going to activate the 3 visits. That would still do 7, though. Heated Vengeance does do a lot. With that Impact Hammer. Or is it 6? Actually, let me confirm. I'm not exactly an expert on Firezander, but I believe it should be doing 7 damage. Yes, it's 5 damage plus 2 from the Impact Hammer. So that's 7, so he's forced to use the Serene here. It's going to take 7, go up to 15, which means the 3 visits are actually all dead, unfortunately. I kind of feel like playing against Firezander, maybe you actually just want to use the 3 visits early even on like level 1, level 2, just use them. Like 0, 1, 2, if you have 3 visits, maybe just use it. As long as you have the ability to hold cards. We're gonna bring out the Broken Soul Knife. If we have Blazing Throw, that will do 4 damage, which puts us at 21. And Safeguard Amulet. Alright. Safeguard Amulet should keep him safe here, unless he wants to hold. It's really risky to go up to 21, but I imagine he's just going to level up next turn. You definitely just have to. Not sure what the... I think that's a sight. Yeah, he's going to use this here. Safeguard. Keep him at a decent health pool. You have to level up here. That's a sight and a Horta counter in hand. Going pouch here is a bit... Yeah, you just have to level up. We're going to lose a Bolt, a 3 visits, which you cannot use anymore because you have already released. And yeah, I mean, you're going to get the Fertile Grounds trigger at least, so you will have an extra draw this turn. Ooh! Actually, if he hits another Bolt, that's already 1 Banished Bolt. So this is a 6 damage Bolt. Ooh! Sight again? Okay, so that's 1 Bolt. So that's going to be 6 already. So if he hits another one, as long as he has enough cards to pay for it, he can win already. Don't forget your Fertile Grounds trigger. You can just go for the... Actually, for that Cosmic Bolt, he should have been able to pay for it with cards from hand. Would have actually been more efficient use of the resources, I think. Because he did draw 1 off the Astrocyte, putting it... Would have had 2, so you could have paid for it. I'm gonna send another one. We just need to hit 1 ball, but we just don't have a lot of glimpses. The Horta counter is also another potential glimpse. Maybe actually doesn't want to use the herbs and would rather just Horta counter something. Okay. Definitely thinking here. 3 visits are dead, so to be very concerned about that. Just need another measly 6 damage. What is gonna be line here? Draw for turn will put him at 3. We're gonna play another side. We're doing it. See if we can find... That's not it. Unfortunately, do you keep it though? There are some banished cards in there that might end up being used. Would you rather bottom this and try and dig for something else? I think, yeah, I mean, keeping it... Oh, he missed the Fertile Grounds trigger. Oh, no. Oh, that's really bad. Okay, he's saying, oh, my Fertile Grounds. I'm not sure if that would be counting as a missed trigger or not, so... See how the judge chooses to resolve that. Okay, so they're gonna let him have it. So he does have enough to get another Horta counter off. He can Horta counter here to probably survive. I think this is probably just a pass turn. You pass on the Horta counter and just hope that you hit the Cosmic Bolt. Here, this 3 visits is dead. You can't actually play the Cosmic Seal unless he plays one of the banished cards, which at this point, I mean, he did banish a lot of fire cards for the Soul Knife. So yeah, he's just gonna pass it back. 3 Viz is gone. The Impact Hammer is still there, so that's still 2 damage. Impact Hammer would do 2 to himself, so even a Comet Fall would kill him at this point. So let's see if JP can get there. Okay, gonna go Blinding Orb here. He can still play that Horta counter. He has enough for it. Yeah, he gets the whole Horta counter. JP was actually saying in the previous game, I forgot about Horta counter. He was kicking himself for forgetting about the Horta counter. So let's see if he forgets about it again. This is a Horta counter for potentially 2. There's another Heated Vengeance that will not be enough. It's only 7 damage. Squirrel. There's a squirrel. If he wants to go for like Heated Vengeance into Squirrel, there's an Incapacitate, but he can't really do all of it in the same turn. And he did shuffle in 5 bolts, so the chances of hitting are pretty high. See what the eventual line here is. Seven damage off Heated Vengeance would put him at, with Lunia at 23. If he tries to go for like a Squirrel or a Clumsy, would not be enough. Or like, if he tries to go Heated Vengeance into Planted Explosive, that would still be negatable. We just need to hit either Comet, assuming he uses the Impact Hammer. Comet Fall would kill. Cosmic Bolt would kill. Meteor Strike wouldn't. But then you get to go Lunar Conduit. I don't think that would be enough. You wouldn't have enough cards in hand. Let's get a Sight. JP trying to think of the best way to navigate this. He really wants to hold that Incap if possible. Seems like he's putting that Blazing Throw down. Obviously not particularly useful here. Heated Vengeance for 3. Heated Vengeance for 3, holding 2 cards in hand, which means that this Hoarder counter would not be able to stop. He's going to take the 7. He knows it's not going to kill. He's just going to pass it back? Yeah, okay, so there's another shot here for... Oh. Hmm. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'd just like to apologize for all the problems you've been having with the internet. Unfortunately, it's just decided to be a little bit temperamental today. So, last round ended with Luniel winning. So, just goes to show that even against an aggressive deck like Fire Xander, Wind Astra has a lot of game. I think because of how much healing it's able to employ and throughout its entire game plan. So now we're going to be going into game 3, and we have Quarax, friend of the show, friend of the country, comes here for all of our regionals to steal all of our invites. And he's playing against Keen, who is on normal slime. So Quarax is still on his usual Sylvie Nico. Previously, Slimes was one of Nico's worst matchups in the MRC meta, but now with all the new juice that the deck has gotten together with the bovines, the terrapins, the matchup has gotten a lot better. And then now with the release of Frozen Dismissal, that card kind of destroys Sylvie. So, because the whole deck is allies. So I'm gonna be really curious to see how this ends up going. I don't think we've had this matchup in particular on stream in these 2 days, but maybe I'm just getting old. Looking at the hand, not actually an amazing hand. We're just gonna have to go bovine swing. Now, luckily, let's can hit float. Ooh, 1 float and a ringleader. Very good. I think we might actually just see an immediate level up into ringleader if he has the terrapin already. The Sylvie going for a backup charger is concerning. Normally, Sylvies don't hang back. They usually try and rush level. So if you see a play like this, it's usually because they got kind of a awkward hand. And yeah, looking at their hand, it is a little bit awkward. He has the turbo charge, so I see why he just wanted to try and like go for broke here, trying to get as many cards as possible. Because when you play against water, the main thing that they're trying to do is stop the first level 3 slime, the one with the 2 buff counters from Sylvie level 3's effect. You need to ensure that that slime does not hit the field, which is why usually you'll see people go Quicksilver Grail with a blinding orb, and they'll just try and stack as many negates as possible to stop it. In this situation though, ooh, Scepter first, choosing not to pop it yet, wants to do at least a little bit of damage. We're gonna go bovine swing, another 2 mils. Can we hit? Not. Ooh, okay, that's two misses, though one of them is a temporary miss. There is a Fracturize in there. Could also just like pop the Scepter. Ooh, Icebound Slam. This is scary. 8 damage coming in here, and then an additional 4 on the level up. So let's go gambling. Ooh, is that only 1 float? It seems like 1 float. I'm gonna ask them to put up the life counters if possible. Give me just a sec. All right, I've asked them to put the life counter on screen so that we can help us keep track. So Keen definitely has a very fast start with the ton of card advantage. We're just really looking for, at this point, we're really just looking to try and turbo to 3, and let's see if we can catch the right timing before Aaron is able to set up a bajillion negates. We're gonna go the classic baby green into the cake. Name a more classic pairing than this. We also have the escape, which is really strong here. Could potentially get us a +1. We're gonna go into the bovine, so at least we've taken care of that. It's already milled 4 cards, so done a lot. I think there's 5. I see 5 float, but I assume that's also the ringleader is part of that. Baby gray. Gonna reveal, get another draw. Yeah, this is a really good start from Sylvie. If there's gonna be any game where they're able to take advantage, it would be now. So unfortunately, I don't think there is a float. Or was there? Okay, there was a chilling touch. Okay, if there's a second Icebound Slam, Aaron just wins here. He might even choose to pop Scepter here to try and dig for it. There's also the big concern about Slime Shield, but I think if you're able to Icebound while holding a negate, which he might be able to with how many cards he has in hand, Refracting would also help, like, ooh, Terrapin. Alright. Turtle hitting the field. Did not seem to have the second Icebound. Are we going to try and clear board? Or do we just start hitting face? Maybe, yeah, he's going to go for this. Are we going to escape this? Escape is very risky because of refracting missiles. But at least this slime has 2 life, so it's probably the safer escape target. Actually, we have 2 escapes. Can we double escape? He has 4 cards in hand. Escape, gonna get that draw. If we can escape the Baby Gray as well, that would be pretty disastrous. I actually think Keen is in a decent spot here. Gonna rip out these 2, and okay, one of them is not a slime card, but we will make do. We're gonna get the draw. Extra draw. Oh my god, look how many cards he has in hand. It's insane. The Terrapin, though, can we get rid of it? No, oh, actually, looking at his hand, he doesn't have a lot of advanced element. He has a Lustrous, and that's kind of it. Of course, this bird can hopefully find an Ethereal. We also have enough cards to pay through Dismissal at this point as well. So yeah, just a super gassed up start from Keen here with the turbocharge into the backup charger, turbocharge into gray escape. Super strong. But yeah, looking at his hand, he doesn't have an advanced element slime that's really worth playing. Like the Lustrous is good, but not in this situation. I think you still would rather have the buff counters on an aggressive slime. Can we hit Ethereal? Ethereal. Storm is just okay. It can't actually use the effect to hit the Terrapin. I'm not sure how many slime cards are engraved. I'm gonna say maybe... Okay, we have a second bird too. Ethereal. We're really looking for Ethereal. Alright, it's another Storm. But we have a huge board. I mean, at this point, we just have to go for Storm. Storm into Lustrous if we so please. We actually can have enough to hold for the Dismissal as well, which I'm almost assuredly he has. Makes you wonder if you should even bother hitting the Terrapin or just start hitting face. How many slime cards do we have in the banish? I want to say it's probably 3 or 4. One of those is an escape. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, I think. Yeah. 4 going to face. Are we going to kill this turtle? We're also going to pop the cake as well. So this is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. So we can kill the Terrapin, but I think a Storm of Thorns is probably imminent in this position. Oh, wow. So just not gonna try and save the turtle. Are we gonna go up to Nego 2 here? Or are we going to... 4 cards in hand means we can't pop the Scepter yet. Temptation's Facade gonna come out here, gonna get an extra draw while also being able to redirect anything that's sent to our allies or items. Well, not Baby Green, at least. Temptation actually not useful against Sylvie because most of her effects that either don't target or they're on enter effects. And as you know, Facade only works on cards that target when they activate, so it doesn't actually work on enters. So thinking about it, what would Sylvie have? Eruption doesn't target. All of the slime on enters don't target. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what it ends up being useful against. But it is still just basically a drawn blade. We're gonna put... Oh, Icebound Slam again? Oh wait, he's just counting his hand. I was like, whoa, what's he doing? Putting so many cards down. Yeah, looking at he has an ice mound, but that's not gonna be enough at this point. You know, we're really in a scary spot here because next turn, this storm swings for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10 damage on board already, and then there's another storm in hand that we already know about. Revitalizing Cleanse could help us survive. He's got a massive hand, so he at least has the facade or the he has the he does have the dismissal to try and stop another slime, but because Keen's hand is so big, he can actually pay for things. And you still need to get rid of the board that currently exists. Yeah, Quark's definitely in a rough spot here. The Fractal of Rain in hand is a bit late. A cleanse plus dismissal might be enough to survive. I think that should be enough, especially because you'd be putting down, I believe it would be 8 cards. So heal 8 plus you get to stop something. But he's very low. He's still on Sylvie. He's not on Nico yet. Also not Serene. Gonna drop the Fractal of Rain. There's a second Terrapin here. Yeah, this is a really dicey spot here. I'm gonna go QSG. What are we putting under this? Are we putting down... That's either Band, it could be Covenant. Considering he's at 11, maybe he wants to put the Covenant, or maybe he wants to put the pedal on the metal and just go for like a horn or a stone scale to try and extend this turn already. Just swing with everything. 6 damage. That's 6. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Or do we hold up the Gray? We hold up the Gray to try and keep an intercept. Also drew the Ethereal now, so we can play that as well. Your opponent's holding up a lot of cards, though, so you've got to be at least a little bit concerned. Storm coming in. Gonna hit for another 4. Are we dismissaling this? This would kill. Revitalizing Cleanse coming in. No fast speed shenanigans. Unless there's 3 slime cards where he can go for an eruption, but that's almost assuredly going to get... Ooh, only 3 cards left in hand. But yeah, this is... Oh, but it also has Fractal. So he can still hold up like a Fracturize. I think he has probably another negate in there. Actually throwing away this dismissal. So I think he's got to try and go for a Nico... Maybe like a Nico Ravishing YOLO at this point. I think if you're in Keen's spot, you actually want to go for Lustrous here to try and help insulate yourself from... Yeah, I think he's doing exactly that. He's going to just establish this Lustrous and try and avoid... Ooh, Quarix can do double Revitalizing Cleanse here using that Fractal. This is massive heals. Oh, okay, he's going to dismiss that. Yep. Makes sense. He wants to be able to try and go for a Ravishing. Is he going Nico here? He does have the float. A Ravishing in this position. Ooh. Uh-oh. The internet, unfortunately, is being dodgy again. Be right back. And we're back. Yeah, unfortunately, it's just sometimes things do be that way. So this is still game one. If you can believe it, Quarks was about to die, and now he was able to heal off like revitalizing cleanse, gets him back down to almost nothing. And well, he just unfortunately can't seem to get this ravishing off. I don't know if he has a ravishing hand, but he just milled one from this primordial ritual. So unfortunately, he is a little bit off from being able to kill here. Also, that's probably Covenant on that under that QSG. It hasn't been popped yet, which definitely makes me think of Covenant. So let's see. This is a massive board, as you can see. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 allies on board at this very moment. So let's see if he can find a way out of this. I don't really know how, aside from being able to finally just hit that one ravishing and mill out his opponent. He does have 2 float, but he needs to get through potential Covenant and a Baby Gray that has 3 life. At this point, even a refracting missiles would not be enough. We're gonna bring out Lash. Ooh, milling a float. That's pretty good. Does have that dismissal that he's still holding. Seems like he's just gonna go past Recollection, draw. Refracting missiles here. Unfortunately, not enough to kill this. Not enough to kill this 3 HP, 2 buff counter Baby Gray. Maybe we can get another Terrapin out. Unfortunately, the previous attempt to kill it got slime shielded. We're gonna Lost in Thought for 2. Which is still a +1. Are we gonna just start Lash? We're gonna start smacking things with Lash? I mean, I don't disagree. As long as you hold... Oh, he has Ravishing. So now as long as he's able to get past both the Gray and whatever gets Covenanted, he should be able to get there. Gonna swing at... Ooh, gonna try and take out the Stormy instead, which does get him more Banish cards. So we are gonna get a refresh here. Losing 2 non-slime cards. Very unfortunate. But he is going to get a lot of draws here. Gathers would come in quite clutch at this point, putting you in a threshold where a Ravishing might not blow you up. Also, a Lustrous would be great. Seems like he drew kind of... Blissful Callings could be anything, though. So what is next? I mean, he's got a lot of allies, but not many of them do a lot of damage. Storm of Thorns kind of just eats the whole turn. He does have the Ravishing, so now he just has to find the path to getting this Ravishing actually off. Can we still not set up a Stone Scale, or not Stone Scale, the Gaia's Blessing? Ooh, Raccoon could come in clutch, but you do have to be worried about... Okay, we can do the Gaia's Blessing now. So the next storm we do is going to be pretty big. Ooh, but I do see in Quark's hand, he does have that... He does have the Frost Shield. Or Hailstorm Guard, excuse me. I don't know why I have such a hard time remembering this card's name. He does, I believe this is a one-of Hailstorm Guard as well, which is interesting, to say the least. He's taking a lot here. No Serene. No Serene on this one. No Storm in hand, but these Blissful Callings could become Storms. You do have to worry about this Eruption. Eruption could eat up this Hailstorm Guard. Storm? That's not Storm. Limitless, though. Baby Green. Baby Green will help us get around that Lash. Ooh! Well, sometimes, you know, sometimes you're just Sylvie. This is getting mega dismissal, though. Oh, is he gonna rather go? Maybe he'd rather go for the hailstorm here to try and get into a position. Okay, he's just dismissing it. He doesn't want to deal with any of that. If we have another storm in hand, though, that would be hittable by Tidal Lock. Dismissal really was a huge part about why. Another Baby Gray. Are we gonna give it the cake? We could give it some cake if we want to, but maybe not necessary. Are we going to? Yep, Tidal Lock. we already have the Ravishing. We just need to be able to set up the kill. But first things first, we need to get past this first baby. Oh, and Smoke Bombs is a great way of getting past that Baby Gray. Now the question is, can we kill whatever gets the Covenant? If we have a Fracture Ice, we should be fine, basically. I think Quarax is going to be able to get here this turn. He's gonna give it the intercept. Ooh, refracting missiles as well. If the refracting gonna hit face just for extra damage. 2 also gets a float engrave. If there's he just needs a Chilling Touch or a Lost in Thought, and we can send this Ravishing, and we will be good. There's Chilling Touch, and are we gonna get there? Are we gonna get there? And I think it's coming. Ravishing. We just need to be able to get around Covenant. So if as long as he has Fracture Eyes, I think we're good. He does have that Fracture Eyes, so now he just has the Ravishing. He's going to banish 2 more foes, put him at 7 counters, which means his Ravishing's coming in for 13. Covenant going to come in here, and then in fact, he's going to show it. Wow, that was a... It's crazy how, despite Keen having such an amazing start and being able to just flood the board with a bunch of allies, he just wasn't able to get there. The healing and negates that Nico is able to crutch upon, just completely sealing that game away. We just really needed to wait for him to draw the right set of things. He just needed that. He needed the Lash to get the extra damage. He needed these Smoke Bombs. He needed... And that's the thing. So you just need time, and I think that's why cards like Fractal of Rain are so strong, because they are just turn over turn over turn of value in a deck that's able to play this super grindy style. But yeah, let's see how Keen can potentially adapt to this. Honestly, Viridian is pretty important, because the one thing that Sylvie kind of struggles with is that in the early points of after she hits level 3, she often tends to have a small hand until she gets Gaia's Blessing and is able to start playing cards off the top. She's usually sitting with 4 5-card hands, which is extremely easy to negate around. And you see he is putting the Viridian Protective Trinket in the deck. And I think with water being so popular, you do need to have that. Sylvie, obviously the boogeyman of the previous format, but now that Astra and these water decks have gotten much stronger, she's fallen off a bit. She's still good, and she still has lots of appearances in top cuts and wins even, but she just has some matchups that are a bit... either they're unfavored or they're kind of high variance. I'd say Astra is one of those matchups where it can feel really high variance. Sometimes you just blow them up, sometimes they blew you up, or they just negate you all the way to hell, so we'll see. But this is definitely one of those matchups where I think ALC Alter in particular really changed the dynamic of this, because Frozen Dismissal is just so insanely good against Sylvie. Let's see. Blissful Calling. Start doesn't seem quite as good. The Raccoon is interesting. Maybe you might want to try and crutch on that, but he's going to show the Lustrous. And... ooh, showing Raccoon instead. And Raccoon is a lot worse when your opponent knows about it. Of course, if they're going to Icebound you, they're still going to Icebound you. Gonna get our... not choosing to go to Serene. Just still choosing to play Normal Spirit for the potential of turn 2 Icebound. And no. Is there no rain? There is a rain. Turn 1 rain, very good. One of the ways that Sylvies can have a better matchup into these water decks is to put in a card like Mystic Purifier in. Ends up coming in pretty clutch. If you can hit the early rains before they start getting all of their advantage. Going for an instant Null Lantern. I'm not a big fan of the turn 2 Null Lanterns because it shuts off Icebound from doing damage, but Icebound's value is in both the damage and the mill, so I don't really think people care oftentimes. They just want to get Float and Grave. So it also shuts off Tidal Lock, but Tidal Lock it's just one of the many negates in the deck. So I'm not really a big Lantern fan against decks that aren't playing Polar Depths. Even against Polar Depths, a lot of times it doesn't feel that impactful. This has got to be Blinding Orb, right? I'm assuming he's on the same list as he was on yesterday, so I assume this is probably Blinding Orb. Or maybe he's been putting Facade and Lash a lot under as well. Unfortunately, whiffing here. We're just going to go 1-for-1 kill this. Are we going to Slime Shield it? No, we're just going to take the float. Of course, it's not a float yet. Level up. Wow, backup Charger. One into Memory. So big hand again from Keen, but not as good of a lineup we have. Like, we have the DG, but we don't have like the escapes. Seems like we don't have the escapes. We don't have the grays. We don't have a green. We don't have a cake. Definitely missing a lot of the big ticket stuff we're looking for. Just gonna pass here, actually. Does he even have anything he can play? Oh, he's probably just gonna play the Eruption. Alright, this is definitely looking up on Quarks. I'm looking at his material deck, and I saw Smoke Bombs in there, so the QSG is not a Smoke Bomb. Backup Charger coming down. This is pretty normal stuff. We're trying to wait till we hit a float. And wait, did he not mill for Fractal Rain? I think he missed his Fractal Rain trigger. Well. Oh well. I'm gonna get the Slime Shield here. Gonna avoid some damage. I think he realized. He's like, oh yeah, I like my Fractal Rain. I missed it. He pointed at it. But yeah, I mean, let's see if that ends up mattering. But Fractal Rain number 2. You hate to see it. This is one of those situations where it often feels a bit unwinnable when your opponent opens 2 of these. The Raccoon will potentially help, but we'll see how that ends up going. Honestly, if Raccoon's hitting 2 float, a lot of times it ends up just getting lost in thought either way. Yeah, this hand sucks. He's having to play Limitlesses, having to play a bunch of junk. Oh, Refracting Missiles? Refracting Missiles. Oh no, it's actually kind of crazy that this Ringleader has stuck around for as long as it has. It's one of the cards, in a way, it's kind of like a float, but even better. Because not only is it influence neutral once it goes to grave, but it also hits decently hard. Kind of feels like a Flame Rune Swordsman in that sense. But of course, it has that insane buff counter effect that ends up making a big difference when you go for your big bovine Terrapin turns. Okay, so Temptation's Facade is not under that. I have to assume it's QSG at this point. I don't think you'd put on Lash that early. Okay, so we're gonna get our mills on the Fractal Rain. Not a float. Not a float. Ooh, let's go gambling. Bovine in hand. Bovine most likely going to get deployed here just to start getting the mills, especially with how unlucky the mills on our Fractal Rain have been. 1, 2, imagine 3 Bovine. And seeing how bad Keen's hand really was, he might not have enough allies to even kill the Bovine. What? Milled 4 non-float? 5 in a row? Wow, that's unlucky. That's really, really unlucky. But you know what that means? That means that the rest of them are on the way. Keen most likely going to try and go for a big push here, but the Blinding Orb that is most assuredly under there with the... Ooh, let's just Slime. I imagine this is going to get Blinding into Dismissaled. That's very hard to play around. The Raccoon actually not doing anything here, considering he is somehow just whiffing like crazy. Yeah, just gonna let go. You actually want Sylvie to hit level 3 so that you can eat up the level 3 effect before, instead of just stopping the dungeon guide, you rather hit the slime that comes after. It's gonna be the ethereal, almost assuredly, and it is going to get dismissal. I see it in hand already. He is prepped for that dismissal. Yeah, this is a very bad. He doesn't even need to use the blinding orb. Pay 4. You're dismissed. And he can't do anything about that. And I mean, he can play this Lustrous. He can play this. He can play the bird if he wants. He's actually gonna pass. Maybe worried about another negate. We're gonna go for, that's a Tariff Ring. Finally, we milled a float. A little bit late for that one. Also milled a Fractal Rain, unfortunately, but this Bovine's probably gonna have something to say. I'm gonna start hitting face. We don't even want to kill the dungeon guide. Oh, float, but it's class bonus. Yeah, I mean we're getting there. We also have that Primordial Ritual to try and hit this. Maybe try and use it on the Ringleader, so we can get the Grave effect later. And we're gonna play Frostmourne. I mean, we are fully on in the beatdown style at this point. Since we are not hitting our float, we're just gonna try and like rely on the small amounts, using it on allies that have the float eating. We also have the Fracturize. We can just always Fracturize the Power Cell if we need to. But I think he's holding it. I'm assuming he's gonna be trying to hold that for the Covenant of Thorns. Looking at Keen's hand, he doesn't really have anything unless this bird can find an ethereal. Gonna pop Tariff now. Interesting. Escape the Rakaj. Not really gonna make much of a difference here. I mean, you wouldn't even want to use the Raccoon here because it's not even class bonus float, or it's class bonus float in the grave right now. So I think maybe you just sit on Lustrous. If this gets dismissal, oh, bird first. Okay, Raccoon. Storm, not the best in the world right now. Obviously, your opponent's still on Spirit though, so maybe you can just try and spike a random out of nowhere OTK. But he knows there's too many negates. Clark's gonna, I think he's trying to play, yep, he's gonna play Primordial Ritual. He's gonna hit the Ringleader, which will, ooh, more float. And then now we get to level up, pop the Ringleader, draw a card, and start playing out these turtles. There we go, Sylvie. We're gonna start busting out all the turtles. That's going to be, it's Scepter. I see. So that's gonna get the extra 4 damage. Can he win this turn, actually? Ooh, more float. Finally, I mean, he missed so much early on. He was bound to hit eventually. Gonna draw the memory, and that's also gonna give buff counters to all of our animals we play this turn. There's a Terrapin. He's already moving it to the front. Currently, there is 1, 2, 3 damage on board, so you just have to do another 9. Honestly, even just doing a raw Ravishing for damage might be good enough, but there are still cards in hand on Keen's side. I think he's trying to dispute the Ringleader here because, Ringleader is element bonus, but if it's turned into a normal card, it actually still can be used because all champions are normal, have normal activated. Imagine we're just gonna go for Terrapin. Yeah, Terrapin coming down. Terrapin's gonna come in with 1 buff counter, 2 buff counters, and then it's gonna get a 3rd. So this is a 4/7 turtle. And what? We hitting face? We hitting the bird? Oh, we're hitting face. Milling more float. Terrapin for face to 4. Honestly, if we have a finale, we just go for it now. We absolutely could. Just hold up a negate, stop a slime shield. What is Quarak's planning here? I think he's trying to see if he can find a way. That refracting also potential 3 damage. He's gonna pass. He's gonna take it slow. He knows that he's sitting pretty here. So we do know that's not Blinding Orb at least. That's gonna be Covenant. Quicksilver Grail with almost assuredly a Covenant. But we have the Fracturize ready to stop that. Raccoon possibly could try and get these floats, but I'm fairly certain I saw Lost in Thought in that hand of his. Just gonna swing 2, gonna try and kill the Bovine. Just gonna let it go. I mean, at this point, he has done his job. He has milled a lot of float. He is a float himself. Helps us go for the Ravishing. Actually, even the Lustrous in this position, we just go for Smoke Bombs. That's probably good enough. Not enough to get Gaia's Blessing out here. One, ooh, Raccoon. Are we going for Lustrous? Storm? I mean, this position, you really only have 3 options. You either try and hit the float, but hitting the float very hard against the deck that has Lost in Thought. Or you just try and wall up with a Lustrous. Unfortunately, that just loses to Smoke Bombs. Yeah, this is probably... I want to say this is probably Curtains. Fracturize for the Covenant. We have the Smoke Bombs potential. Oh, we're just going to dismiss it. Yeah. Why even bother doing all that? We can just go straight dismissal, and then next turn we get to bust out the Mage Bane. Oh, actually, we're not even on Nico yet, so we're gonna go in Nico now. Gonna use the Tamer class bonus cards. We're gonna take 4 damage here, and I mean you're just dead on board. The Ringleader forging a bit late, but yeah, I mean you're just dead on board here. Even actually, our Refracting Missiles right after the Covenant would also just kill here. Covenant gonna come out, and you just refract this. That works too. All of that works as well. Gonna Slime Shield and Refracting Missiles. But it doesn't actually matter. I mean, he's so over. He's so far over. And yeah, I mean that goes to show just how good the new variants of this water mill Nico strategy is. The current meta, it just does so much control, especially against a deck like Sylvie that's quite linear. It's really just doing the same thing. Dismissal really just put it over the edge, honestly. So yeah, Quarak's going to continue to go undefeated. He has been absolutely tearing it up a storm in this past 2 days, really. Actually, I don't think he lost a game. I don't think he lost a game unwillingly, I guess is how I'd put it. I think he won every single game, or he drew, or he intentionally conceded. So, I mean, at this point, it's a bit... Look, he's looking like a bit of a demon. Yet he's not even on the deck that many of his teammates are on, which is with Astra. He's sticking to his guns with the water decks. But yeah, I mean, really good showing. If you really want to understand better how to play against Sylvie, I think this is a great example. Of course, the first game shows what happens when your opponent kind of high rolls and you have to put so much effort just to win. Game 2, your opponent low rolls and you high roll. So I think in that sense, but it just shows you how to play around everything, how to be measured with your plays, trying to just take it slow because you know you can't lose. Taking high EV plays. Really, really good display here from Aaron. Love to see him more. I wish he would play against Fred because they are rivals, but unfortunately Fred is not undefeated, so maybe later in the round somehow they can run into each other. So that for those who don't know, actually, Fred and Quarks have run into each other over and over and over again across like multiple high-level events, and Fred has lost every single time. So, and every time he loses, Quarks will give him a signed card from the deck that he used to beat him. So I believe last time it was the net, or there's a net, there was a Frostmourne. I can't remember what the last one was, but they're currently 3 times, so he wants his revenge. And unfortunately, they haven't run into each other yet from yesterday and today, so who knows? Maybe we'll see one of them giving a CPR today. Anyway, we're going to go to break soon. There's still a lot of time in the round because that was a pretty quick 2-0. If we want to talk a little bit about the bracket, let me just check out how people are doing. currently... Ooh, Chris is also undefeated. Snap/Chris, however you want to refer to him as. Doing well with his... I believe he... I want to say he was on water. I want to say he was on Diana. He was on water Arizona yesterday, but I think he's playing Diana today. So if he's still doing hot after this, I would be super excited to see that because Diana is just so funny. Dawn is actually still up there as well. I'm actually not sure what he's playing. He might be on water, but he's usually plays wind allies in the past. Pro-An is still up there. Jigs. Actually, who won the Jigs versus Pro-An game? These guys keep running into each other. Oh, Jigs beat Pro-An again. This is like the third time he's won against him. So maybe it's like the opposite of the Fred TKO rivalries, or the Fred Quarax rivalry of the Jigs versus Pro-An rivalry. Duran's still up there with his patented Umbra Tristan. There's quite a lot of variety. Josh, I think, still undefeated. Ooh, Arvin, previous regionals winner from last season, also doing well. Zeke is also still up here. So yeah, there's a lot of familiar faces. Curious to see. Con is still kind of in the running as well. So if you wanna watch your favorite players, just head on into the Omni and try and just take a peek at how they're doing. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna go to break now, and we'll catch you when the next round starts. Goodbye. All right, and we are back with round 4 of the Forge Hobby Shop Regionals on January 19. Hopefully, there won't be any more disruptions with the stream. I can't really do anything about it. The internet has just there's something wrong. So we are having a fun one. We're having Arvin, the previous regional winner from last season with the Ludo regional, which was the bigger regional. He won that last season, so he was judging yesterday, so that's why he wasn't there, but he is here now and he's undefeated. He's playing against Zdive. So I believe Zdive's on Wind Astra and Arvin is on Slimes. Normal Slimes. So this matchup it's kind of high variance. The amount of negates in Arsana makes it have a decent time against Slimes, but sometimes you just get blown up. You know, the normal Slime stuff, you just get cake, gray escape into DG, and then double storm, you just die. So it's like, there's a world where things don't work out for you. A lot of it just really depends on how both players draw, but once you get into like a grindy state, that's when the games get a bit complex. So let's see. Oh, he just passed by me and he said he's gonna go pee first, so before the round actually starts. Yeah, and curious to see how this match ends up turning out. I want to say that Arisana would be favored, but we'll see. Anything can happen with Sylvie. That's the thing about that deck. So like sometimes it just does things that it really shouldn't be able to. Go ahead. Anyway, yeah, so they are going to start in just a bit. Both players already set up. And I wonder who is going to go first in this position. I think that does make a big difference. Both of these are level 3 decks, so obviously whoever hits level 3 first has a big advantage, especially against Sylvie, because you can hold things like Astral Seal. Very strong card against them, considering they are always trying to banish their Slimes. They're always throwing Slimes into banishment from Gaius, or even things like Slime Eruption and whatnot. So, okay, so, Fertile Grounds opener. Really, really strong here. Oh, is he gonna ship it away? Oh, he's shipping it away. Okay. Did he maybe had another Fertile Grounds in hand? Gonna bring out that Fragmented Shard. And Fertile Grounds. So he had 2 Fertile Grounds. Opening with that is very good. This definitely sets you up for the grind game. But that's the thing about Sylvie, is sometimes she doesn't let you play the grind game. Let's look at Arvin's hand. Dungeon Guide already. A bunch of Advanced Element Slime. Storm. Grays. No cakes. No cakes, but we have Grays. That's good. He's probably just going to go Gray Pass. Gray. Let's see if we can draw into a cake, maybe. Oh, the third Gray. Okay. Another 2 down. We're just going to play Gray. We're just going to play Gray Beatdown at this point. You're playing against Arsana. She doesn't... Oh, is he going to play the... He might play the Limitless, actually. Oh, he's going to play the third Gray. Okay. I mean, not bad. This is really not a bad start at all. Arsana does struggle to kill allies at the beginning of the game. So if you can get in like a cheeky 6 to 10 damage, it might actually be worth it here. We're going to lose a Comet Fall, card you don't really want to play from hand anyway. We're going to get a 3 and a 7. So that should be a Silver Shine and a 3 and a 6. Silver Shine, or was it 4? And a Phrasia. And we're going to get the Fertile Grounds, so we have a lot of healing, at least, as far as the herbs go. I'm going to bring out Polaris immediately. It's very standard play against Sylvie. I wonder if we Dungeon Guide to 3? Or Dungeon Guide to 2? Seeming like a no. Just going to play Gentle Respite. Yep. Very smooth start for Zdive here. Let's just see if he can actually survive the onslaught. I mean, next turn he has the Polaris, and Polaris is a nasty card against Sylvie. Either you use it at level 2, deny the on enter effect of Sylvie 2 by destroying everything, or you can use it to pop the first, especially when you are on fertile grounds. It's very likely your Polaris hits over 5, which can kill pretty much any slime that they play. Bring out the red. Red is another scary one. Does a lot of damage on attack. Are we throwing a fire card? We are. It's a float and a fire card. Very good. Taking a ton of damage here, already up to 10. But that's the thing about Arsana. Sometimes she just you do all this damage to her and it just ends up not mattering, especially when she gets 3 visits or she gets a bunch of healing herbs. And dungeon guiding to 2 here a bit. Trying to go really fast. Doesn't want to risk losing the draw from level 2. Losing, what is that? Lustrous, and I didn't see what the other one was. Level 2, we're going to get a draw. I'm not actually sure if this is worth it though. Unless he had another dungeon guide already. Gonna go gentle, lose a card. Scatter Essence, pretty much useless in this matchup. We get to go here. We're gonna gather 2 more. If we get a level herb, we can also pop the... Okay, we did not get a level herb, but we hit another pair. So now we have a ton of pairs. I'm probably just gonna eat the Razor Vine first. And drawing here for a turn. I imagine it's just Dungeon Guide. Gonna hold the Astral Seal. Gonna get a bunch of draws here as well. Gonna get a draw from a pair. Gonna get a draw from the Fragmented Spirit. Lost the Dungeon Guys. You're happy about that. Level 3 Arisana on deck. We're gonna get the Fragmented Spirit draw. Then we're gonna get a draw from the... Probably, I think you probably eat the Razor Vine here. Or is it the Spring Leaf? The Spring Leaf. Gonna go smack face instead of trying to go for the slimes. You definitely need to do something about this board though, because Baby Red is a card that you can't exactly just allow to survive. He's gonna go up to level 3 here. Not many cards in hand actually, so let's see. And also very vulnerable to this Astral Seal that he's holding onto. In this situation, obviously you just swing first before doing anything to at least maybe try and goad out that Polaris. Let's see if he bites here. Honestly, you can even go like Polaris and then maybe go up 4 Cosmic Bolts and then just leave one of the other ones. Astrocyte first. Can we hit Comet Fall? No Comet Falls. Fortunately. Indolent Leisure. We can go Wisdom's Reprise. Honestly, I think if you want to try and preserve your... Yeah, I think he's doing it. He wants to try and preserve that. Comet Fall. Cosmic Bolt. Oh, you also really want to keep these 3 visits if possible. Maybe you can draw into the 3 visit and then... Okay, he's just going to send it. And just going to shoot the Baby Red because he's the one that actually does a lot of damage. Okay, everything is just going to hit for 1. You're fine with this. You also have Healing Herbs if you actually need to use it. We're going to play Ethereal. And I imagine we are going to just immediately pop this Polaris. Unless there... Oh, there's an Ethereal. The Cosmic Seal going to go crazy. Astral Seal coming in here. Going to banish that. Not going to get the draw. Can play the Storm, though. And I don't know how many banished slimes there in grave. He might actually just be able to kill here. Probably not through 4 heals though. Storm. How many is this? Not enough yet. Then we're gonna pop the Polaris. Or do we just heal 1? We can just heal 1 if we want to. I'm gonna throw everything. I would have at least expected him to keep 1 of them in order to try and get that Fertile Grounds, unless he's planning on going Pouch this turn. I feel like this might be a situation where he's going to try and go for Pouch. This definitely setting up a very easy draw 2 into the Gaia's Blessing. So if Arvin's able to hit another Storm Slime in any of these draws, this game is pretty much over. Gonna banish 4 here. The 3, you can just go... Storm, gray if you want Storm, or probably want to keep the red in case for eruption purposes. Let's see what the plan is. 7 life is more than enough as long as he draws Storm. 4 down. All right, this is a moment of truth. He didn't draw it, so Guy's Blessing is gonna have to be the clincher in this situation. There it is, Gaia's Blessing, and it's not a Storm Slime. All right, you know, sometimes. Oh wait, but this, well, that's not gonna be enough. We won't have enough cards to pay for it. Mystic Purifier could come in. Ooh, actually a whiff. No animal in this hand. Oh, that's very unfortunate on Arvin's side. Kind of the downside of playing these human cards. Also whiffing a lot of these Gaias. Zedive just has to try and survive, of course. Astral Seal probably needs to find another one, or at least a Hordy counter. Hordy counter would go crazy when your opponent has 1 card in influence. He does have a Hordy counter, actually. I'm gonna go back up. Draw. He actually can't do anything. Arvin's completely locked right now. No cards in hand, no nothing. We're gonna go Astroscope here, maybe. Pouch. Yes, we want to get this Frail Grounds back online. Oh, there's also a Fast Cure that is not gonna heal because obviously, I think at this position, there's no world where this Fast Cure is ever gonna resolve. At least not resolve the heal part of the effect. And we're just gonna start drawing. Or do we hold for Horda counter? I think you can just pay for Horda counter because Arvin has so few cards in hand. He can't even play the backup charger. So I am actually totally down to just eat this herb right now. Maybe considering going for Gentle Respite. No, the Gentle Respite wouldn't work. Arvin has 2 cards in influence. Maybe Indolent? Mnemonic is an option. Scatter Essence going down. Trying to play the Mnemonic, I think. Really need to find a 3 visits. Doing some calculating. Gonna bring out the Mnemonic. And just gonna pass. So holding, what is that? 3 cards in hand. One of them being a Horda counter. QSG. What are we putting under it? Are we gonna put maybe a horn? Draw that, and it's still nothing. Wow. I mean, he can play the Gather, but then he can't do anything after. He can play he could play the green. No, he's gonna pass and then probably backup charger. Unfortunately for Zedive, he's not really taking much advantage of the space he's been given here. Ooh, gonna keep that Spell Shield on top. Hasn't really taken advantage of the space because he hasn't been able to throw out the glimpses because he's just holding defenses. Gonna get a pair here. He's probably gonna eat the pair and then just hold on to Horda counter. I mean, he's not really pressed to do anything. He can negate anything Arvin does at this point. Also has that Spell Shield Astra if he wants to. Gonna put 3 down. Are we gonna play this Indolent? Definitely a lot of things to consider. We're just gonna pass. Yeah, we're just gonna pass. We're gonna eat the herb, draw an extra card. 3 visits is extremely clutch. This is when we start actually getting our whole game plan on lock. We're gonna throw the 3 visits now. Gonna hit an astral seal. Probably gonna bottom one of these. Maybe bottom both actually, just because feels bad to throw an astral seal away, but you're not gonna draw into it unless he had a sight, which he doesn't. Okay, reveal. Ooh. Wow, this is just so unfortunate. This is gonna be the draw for turn at least. Okay, so that under the QSG, it's not Covenant. It's a Boots maybe. It's not Horn. It's not Covenant. It's not Verdant. Nullifying Lantern. Pretty ineffectual, but the thing about Sylvie is almost all her cards are 1-cost Regalia, so that's... Wow, these Gaias have been so unlucky. Really, really unfortunate on Arvin's side that he's been getting the short end of the stick here at the end. And now that the 3 visits is live, you really need to be concerned. With Fertile Grounds and 3 visits, it's almost impossible, I think, to be able to get past this unless you can just go for a Hail Mary swing. Gonna bust out backup charger, makes sense. Gonna do the... Oh, sight. Are we gonna go sight? We can actually do sight Sight, Indolent Sight, and then do 3 visits first if you want to. Or we can do Sight and then... Okay, we're just gonna Star Call it. Yeah, I mean... Can we hit? Gonna draw in... Ooh, Cosmic Bolt. Okay, he's gonna get the draw off of this. And then the Sight is gonna get that draw, drawing into a Scatter Essence. Not particularly useful. Are we going to use the backup charger into a pouch to get another stack of this? Actually, we might just hold on to the herbs at this point because we don't really need more cards in hand. We maybe just want to hold up as many hard to counter herbs as possible. Oh, another heal. It's also a potential heal. I mean, that's heal 4. That's heal 4. We still also have the 3 visits, so we have 2 more activations of... You're gonna pass? Unless we have something. With Spell Shield... Oh, he has a Cosmic Bolt in hand. Unfortunately, drew that. Okay, he is gonna eat it. 2 down. Gonna gather. I think you let this go. Ooh! Oh no! Holy whiff! He whiffed a Blissful Calling, and then he whiffs a Gather. That's actually insanely bad luck. Kind of hard to believe that. Okay, Lustrous, not what we need. Lustrous is almost useless against Arsana. The only real use to it for it is to put Covenant on it. That's really, really unfortunate. Gonna play this just to get a float, and then we're probably gonna try and bring out a Horn. Oh, is he gonna negate this? No, it's not worth it. We're gonna go banish it. I think we're gonna bring out Horn. Or Verdant Scepter? Arsana's not particularly good at... Oh wait, there's no slime on field anyway, so yeah, we just have to go for Horn here. And the top of the deck is... Nothing. Still nothing, but that Horn could change things. I mean, we can't even really do anything here. Horn gonna be popped. Remember, this only works on Beast, so it has to be on Lustrous Slime. Still nothing. Wow. Let's see if he can find the right path. I mean, you have to just go... You go Lustrous here, just take advantage of Horn, or do you just play the Limitless? Baby Green? Seems like he was trying to angle for Baby Green, but I'm not sure what he would target in that sense. I mean, at this point, I think we put in 5 Cosmic Bolts in the deck, so there's a lot. I'm gonna bust out the Stone Scale. Just trying to dig through the deck. I'm gonna discard 2. Or 3. Discard 3. Or he's actually keeping the green. Interesting. Still nothing. Still nothing! That's... Wow, you know, when you see a Sylvie get the good Gaia's luck, the deck feels unbeatable, but when you see this, it kind of makes you think, why is the variance like this sometimes, where it's not even... Actually, another thing is he hit all his grays at the beginning of the game, so... And gray is really the card you want to hit off of these. Grays, birds, things like that. So, unfortunately, just a bit unlucky there. 4 more damage. I think at this point, we've already used the QSG, so we know it's not Boots and we know it's not Covenant. So if Zedive sees opportunity to just go for it, I think he's just going to try and blast him now. Yeah, he's just sending it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, bolt. No. Okay, we're stacking. We're stacking. We're gonna go use the 3 visits here to try and get both of these off in the same turn. Yeah, we're stacking. So we're gonna use Astroscope. View 3. We're gonna fire 1, and then we're gonna draw into the other one. Or do we have another Glimpse in hand? Actually, we have like 2 Cosmic Bolts in hand, so we should be able to just send it here. Yeah, and Arvin's just gonna he's just gonna concede. He knows he can't come back from this position. Wow, that was a really close game. Zedai was so close to dying there from the triple gray baby red beatdown, but in the end, you know, Arsana's so good at stabilizing, especially when they're able to open fertile grounds. Definitely one of the most important cards of the deck, even though you don't always draw it, and sometimes it just gets Mystic Purified, but if it is allowed to stick, he drew how many cards up. He also was able to survive because of the doubling of all the heal herbs, giving him some extra life buffer. And of course, 3 visits. Another card that comes in super clutch. 2 heal every single turn cycle is pretty good from what I hear. And actually, the player who won yesterday was Reap Zero, Jeremy, and he plays a pretty different build. He plays Scry the Stars. And the nice thing about playing Scry the Stars is that when you hit cards like 3 visits, it just continues to keep this glimpse train going while also not really losing you influence. So when you hit the cards that are like low cost, 1 cost, free, or you can, if you get an expensive card like an Indolent Leisure, you can even just use your free Star Call on it. So there's a lot of interesting applications of Scry the Stars, and I'm curious to see if more people will try to put themselves on that. Ooh, I see a Vampiric Slime. That's a card we kind of abandoned at some point because we realized just how bad it feels. Because even against allies, are you really going to get the cleave off? I think Vampiric was liked because you played it with that cleave Bestial Frenzy for ally decks, but then we kind of just stopped playing that and just started playing Lustrous instead. So Vampiric did not really see much play after that. It doesn't have good stats. It's just a 2/2. It needs to get a buff counter to really feel impactful, and then it just dies. It's not hard to kill it. It has no protection. It's not like Lustrous, who has a million HP. It's not like Ethereal, which gets a ton of buff counters and a stealth. Storm. It's not like Storm, where there's a huge problem when you kill it because you refill their hand while also giving them banish. So it's just one of the slimes that doesn't do much. Even a card like Twilight is quite good in certain matchups. Meanwhile, it's like, when is Vampiric really that strong? I guess against aggro decks, but then I'm pretty sure Lustrous is still more important in the end. So yeah, just some things to think about. I saw Zedive, he cited out all 4 Scatter Essence. Rightfully so. You're playing against a deck that plays basically no Fantasia, so you might as well just throw those out. Didn't actually see what he sided in, though. Both players going to shuffle here. That was a pretty quick 20-minute game 1. So let's see if Arvin can bring it back in the second. Definitely a lot of... I'm looking out at the field in front of us, and there's a lot of water and a lot of wind Astra. Some wind allies players still up here at the top tables. Curious to see how that ends up shaking up as we get towards the end of the day. Right, so we're going to just... Both players are going to shovel up and get into this game. I mean, Arvin's got to go second, or got to go first, right? That game would have been pretty different, actually, if he went first. Might have been able to just blow up Zedive here. We're just going to cut up, and let's go. Let's get into it. I mean, Arvid's definitely going to go first here. Yep, going first. Spirit of Slime. Twilight Slime. Now, that is one of the tech cards. Twilight Slime is difficult for Arisana to kill. She cannot use Comet Fall on it, and she basically just has to sink a bolt. I mean, of course, it's not the hardest thing in the world. She can just use Polaris to kill it, especially when you're on a fertile start. You can kind of sit on Polaris a bit longer. So yeah, you can use Polaris on it. You can use Bolt on it. You can use Meteor Strike, which I want to say that I saw Zedive side in. So do we open for a fertile? Ooh, I don't see a fertile grounds, but I do see an ooh. Okay, then I think he might play the... Okay, we're going to draw into memory, and we're good. I was expecting him maybe to hold onto that 3 visits in hand in case Arvin tries to do anything at fast speed, but I don't think there's really much that a Sylvie can do at fast speed at level 0. It's basically just Eruption. You can't gather at fast speed because that's a class bonus. You also can't play Baby Green. So yeah, so not going to be able to deny... Actually, Arvin doesn't have a... It doesn't seem like he has a... Is the Purifier coming in? Gonna destroy the Fragmented Spirit? Or the Shard, rather. He does have Dungeon Guide. Minus oneing yourself to deny one from your opponent is, you know, it's a 1-for-1, but at the same time, you kind of set yourself back in the tempo. So, especially considering he already went second, so he already started with an extra card. So we'll see if it ends up feeling impactful, especially if a Fertile Grounds ends up dropping after this. And I see it. There's the Fertile Grounds. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna go straight into it. I mean, if we have an escape, we could try and escape this. It doesn't seem like it. Is that a Hymn of Gaia's Grace? Hymn of Gaia's Grace, an odd choice, but I understand the purpose of it. It is there to flash in Twilight Slime. Usually, Hymn of Gaia's Grace is used to redirect attacks, normally against things like Tristan and Nico. But in this case, yeah, no, I think it's just there really to... Ooh, losing the 2-3 visits. Wow, we are 2 visits. Okay, a 2 and a 5. Those are level herbs, actually, so we could definitely use those if we want for our Fertile Grounds trigger. Or we're just going to Dungeon Guide. I imagine we're probably just going to Dungeon Guide. Thinking about which one he wants to double. Wants to go for the Razorvine. Razorvine? Springleaf is 5. Right, Springleaf is 5. No. Razorvine's 5. Springleaf is 6? Oh my god, I'm never going to remember these herbs. Going to target the Polaris. I mean, that's fine. I mean, we have the Fertile Grounds, so we don't really need to worry that much. Losing another Fertile Grounds, doing Fast Cure. We also get to just kill the Baby Grain here with the Dungeon Guide. Gonna hit the Baby Green. Yeah, I don't really think that was worth it, because he can just eat it. It's okay. He still has 3 herbs in the end. Okay. So now you're... Oh, actually no, you can order the sequence of events, because they're all at the beginning of end phase effects. So actually you're able to choose the order. So it ends up just being Zephyr comes in first, and then second comes the... Or no, I guess it's the opposite. It's like the Eat effect comes first, and then Zephyr gets chained second. So Zephyr, the Polaris will come back second. So actually, I think just a bit of a misunderstanding on Arvin's part about how the end phase triggers work. I mean, that's a pretty unusual circumstance, so I can definitely see why he might not know exactly how that works. He's currently level 2. He has the Dungeon Guide. If this gets negated, uh-oh. Actually, I'm pretty sure you let it go, though. You let the Dungeon Guide go, and then you negate the slime after. The usual lines. Oh, he's actually going to pass it over here. Ooh, this is really looking bad. We're just going to ship those to the bottom. Don't want to see those. We're also getting heals off, too. What are we bringing out? Are we bringing out Scope? We could bring out Pouch. Ring, as well, is probably a good choice. Didn't have enough for a backup charger, it seems. Just going to get doubling the... Oh, he wants to go for the Wisdom's Reprise. Ooh, the Beseech is interesting. Could possibly go into an early Astroscope. And we hit Comet Fall. So unfortunately, Dungeon Guide is going to be gone, but we do get rid of that Mystic Purifier. So no shenanigans with a potential escape into it. Though honestly, if your opponent's willing to escape your opponent's willing to escape a Mystic Purifier to try and destroy a Fertile Grounds, I think you're fine with that. And we have so many cards in hand. Drew another Comet Fall. We're just going to end turn. Our Polaris is at 4 stacks, potential 5 to destroy basically anything. We have, I think, 1-3 visits in hand, 1 in banish. So we have 4 visits left. I think that was that Stone Scale? I did not get a good look. If he has an Astral Seal, this is gonna be an extremely bad situation Arvin's gonna find himself in. There we go. Dungeon Guy, he's gonna let it through, and then he's gonna counter the slime after. Possible Horde counter, possible Astral Seal. So we have currently, I think that's 5. Twilight is in there, so definitely a concern. Actually, Gonna draw one off of the... Was that Terrasite? Ooh, it's Terrasite. Okay. I was like, what is that? It's a Kongming. It's actually the Kongming Terrasite. Did he not keep a slime card in his hand? Yeah, actually, he didn't keep a slime card in his hand, so he has nothing to play here unless that card in his under his QSG can do something. It seems like a no. Oh, that's a pretty scary situation to be in. Is that dive gonna choose to just like blow up the board now? Get some 6 Cosmic Balls in. I wonder if we're gonna go pouch here. I would have expected him to keep at least 1 herb alive, so that this fertile is still going to be active. But maybe he plans to go for the pouch next turn. But I think he has so many cards in hand, he'd rather just have AGGCT. I mean, Arvin's has no cards in hand. As long as he draws into his negates, he's basically locked for this whole game again. Gonna go 1-2 Wisdom's Reprise. I believe this is still all in end phase. And we hit already. Bolt. Draw for Chur, or draw from the... We're gonna draw from the Wisdom's Reprise. We're gonna go 3 visits as well, it seems. Okay, we're visiting. Knock knock. Hit a Comet Fall. Gonna take another 4. Have to pay for this one though. Actually, with the Beseech, we could even just Beseech the AGGCT if we want to. Possibly also just Beseech the pouch, though that's not quite as good because of the fertile. I think we're going pouch and then maybe Beseech AGGCT. Gonna pay 1. We're gonna get a level herb. And then gonna get a pair. Add everything back to hand. Draw for turn. Ooh! There's the Astral Seal. Right on time. This is such a bad situation to be in. Another site is fantastic. There's still more visits in the deck. Just gonna go for the Terra site to try and like recycle here. If Arvin goes for the Storm Time, honestly, do you even negate it? I don't even think... Maybe we don't even bother negating it. It's not gonna be that... Like, you're at 0. You have visits. Rather just start... Wow, he's really just letting him do all this. Oh, Sight into Cosmic. He has a Sight. He's gonna stack both of them. And then go Sight. I'm just gonna reveal Sight. And then the Sight. Gonna reveal... Gonna draw... Actually, yeah, he ordered this. I think he ordered this wrong. He was supposed to do the Cosmic Bolt and then the Sight, I think, because he ends up drawing the Cosmic Bolt here instead. Because if you don't know how the Arisana Star Calling works, when you Star Call a card, you have to resolve the card. After you Star Call the card, you resolve the card that glimpsed. So in this case, it was Astrocyte, so you had to draw into the card instead of getting the second Astrocyte glimpse first. Now we're just gonna go Conduit, and we're really gonna start racking up the damage here. We're gonna visit. taking 0 damage, so the heal's not even really doing anything. We're gonna go Sight. Blind Sight. Thinking about it. Might be another Seal. Gonna draw into it. It was Spell Shield. Gonna get our herb here, so we can get an extra draw. Gonna get a heal herb. Kinda useless when we already... Oh, there's a second cause. Do we just start bolting face? I mean, I don't hate the idea of just bolting face. Beseech. We're gonna Beseech, which is gonna banish these bolts to bring out an AGGCT. Can we hit a bolt? Ooh, no bolt. Well, actually, maybe you're okay with that. Do we send the AGGCT? We're just gonna draw. Yeah, this is a really... Oh my god, Bestial Frenzy? Putting Bestial Frenzy against Arisana? I gotta question that one. Arisana plays 1 ally in her deck, and it's Dungeon Guide. Unless some people play Lunar Seer, but it doesn't seem worth it to me at all. Unless maybe there's some shenanigans with gaining a level, like allowing you to put a Covenant on an Ethereal Slime, something like that. That's the only thing I can really think of. Ooh, Meteor Strike. I actually would have rather had that Meteor Strike in hand to destroy Covenant, but I think at this point he's so ahead. Doesn't really have to worry that much about it. There's the Storm. You've taken literally no damage. So, yeah, maybe you don't even bother negating this. He's going to pass it back. Yeah, Armin's completely unable to do anything, really. Lunar Convent already at 2 stacks. We're going to go Necklace of Foresight. Actually, with no allies on board, if that is Covenant, it also does nothing. We're just going to send it. 1, 2, 3. Comet Fall. We're falling. 4 more damage. Is he paying for it, or is that the free? We're going to go Astroscope. Cosmic Bolt. Cosmic Bolt. You're dead. Anything Arvin does here is going to get Horde countered. Horde counter. Horde counter. Astral. Actually, no, he just Astral Seals it at this point. Don't even want to give him an opportunity. And that's just it. That was a completely one-sided, convincing game. The first game was a lot closer, but the second game, there was just basically nothing Arvin could really do. It was kind of a Fertile Grounds carry at that point. I mean, it's such a good card, honestly. If you can't destroy that Fertile, it's just... What do you even do against someone who draws an extra card every single turn that also has potential to just be random heals, random cycle cards? It's such a good card. And it's just basically infinite. You know, if you thought Merlin drawing an extra card every other turn was good, wait till you see this one. Yeah, so it was Boots under there, but he had no allies on board. Actually, letting that him go off, he had no allies in his hand, so he was top on the glimpse and drawing into it. So that's another thing to be thinking about. But at that point, like, you were guaranteed to win, so you might as well just negate it. So yeah, unfortunately for Arvin, he is going to get his first loss of the day here. And Zedive is going to continue being undefeated. I mean, that just goes to show how Arisana can dominate a Sylvie pretty convincingly. So yeah, I mean, we're going to go to break. That was there's 25 minutes left on the clock. There's a ton of time left. So I think at this point, we're just going to go to break, and then we'll be back in maybe about 40. And we're going to go into round 5, just 3, our second set of champions for the day. So I'll see you all in a bit. Thank you for watching. All right, folks, we're back with round 5 of the Forge Hobby Shop regionals in the Philippines. We have got a familiar face today with Lunia, who's on Wind Astra, and we also have Jigs, another familiar face from many, many, many events in the past. One of the founding members of True Sight. So he is on Watermill Tamer. So not Nico. So it's basically the same deck as Nico, except you replace Storm of Thorns and Ravishing, and you don't have Lash and Facade in the deck. But otherwise, the decks are almost exactly the same. So the main difference being that, of course, you can play Polar Depths in this build. However, milling Arizona, not the easiest thing to do in the world, considering that she has 3 visits, and also if you dump like 8 Cosmic Bolts into the deck, you are just asking for trouble. Unless they don't have one in hand, there's always the possibility. Anyway, I definitely expect this to be an interesting game. I'm not sure if we've seen this matchup today. I don't think we have. I'm very curious how the Tamer variant stacks up against Wind Astra. Jigs actually in a previous round beat Pro-An, so clearly it has the potential. But compared to something like Nico has more health, has more survivability, has the capacity to play Serene. Lash is annoying, but at the same time, both decks I think can definitely do some damage with those really powerful Tamer allies. We all know how hard Terrapin is to deal with. So let's see how this ends up going. We're gonna get the dice roll here. Fertile Grounds is gonna be a big one. Ooh, a 4. Not very high. That means Water here gonna go first. Obviously, you can't play Serene or Fragmented in a deck like this. Well, I guess you could play Fragmented, but you can't play Serene since you don't have Nico. And what are we working with here? Looking like nothing. I think this is a rainless, ice-boundless hand, so I think this is backup charger pass into probably Bovine into Primordial when they try and kill the Bovine. Actually, it's Arsana, so they're not killing the Bovine anytime soon. And she gets to start. 6 cards in hand. Fragmented Spirit. Gonna get this Glimpse off. I'm gonna bottom that. Probably these Wisdom 3 prizes. Probably throw away the Comet Fall and the... honestly, I'd probably toss everything here except for 1 Fast Cure and 1 Indolent. Oh, same thing. Seems to be on the same wavelength. Let's see if we can draw it to Fertile Grounds. No. Ooh, Astra. Ooh, this is... it's not the worst. So, can't really go for Gentle here because we're on 7-7. Actually, no, it would work. 7-7. Unless Jigs has some fast speed card to play, like a Refracting. Can he equalize? I think he must have something. Looking like not really, actually. It's a bunch of allies and a bunch of negates. He could try and double negate this. Yeah, Refracting Missiles would have been really good about right now. I think he's going to try and negate this, actually. Even if he pays for it, he's not going to get the +1 at least. Oh, he does have Refracting. Okay, never mind. It was hidden. Fast Cure in response? Fast Cure in response would beat this. So he's going to let the damage through, and then he's going to Fast Cure. Ooh. Battle of the fast speed spells here. Jigs this could get Tidal Lock. Oh, right, Tidal Lock is still the full 3 cost because you don't have water cards in grave and can't play Cerulean. Yeah, so really good start here from Looney on a pretty bad start on Jigs' end. Probably not gonna level up. Has to probably go Ring here. Backup Charger. Oh, he still has 3 cards in hand. So we're gonna go 3 cards down. Backup Charger. Can we find something? Otherwise, Bovine plus Ritual is still pretty good. Terrapin is something to consider. Rain finally been found. I think Rain Pass, Rain Bovine, both. Actually, Bovine's probably a good bet in this scenario because Arsana really can't kill it. So Frostwarn. Going for the Frostwarn instead. Wants the pressure. Drawing an extra card. Frostwarn, swinging for 3. Then we're going to go Bovine. Swinging for another 2. Or 1. Mill. Ooh! Okay. One half. Luckily, no fertile grounds yet. So Jigs doesn't have to worry about that infinite drawing power. We're gonna get our gather here. Lunia cleared an herb border. 4-3, no pair. Gonna get our draw. We still have this gentle engrave, so leveling up next turn gonna be pretty easy. Mnemonic. We did have the Indolent, so we could play the Mnemonic here and then Indolent the next turn if we don't have Dungeon Guide, which I don't see. Also have this Fast Cure if we want to be able to get a controlled banish. Actually, do we not have Indolent? That seems like Wisdom's Nascent Barrier. And we're gonna bring out Polaris, of course. Gonna be kind of sketchy to try and go really hard here on the allies now that the Polaris is live. Unless, of course, we hit that Fracturize. Jig's gonna draw an extra card here. Actually, kind of surprised he didn't play the Rain last turn, but I guess he really just wants to pressure. We're gonna Bovine here. 1. Ooh. Okay, that's a float. That's a float. Frostwarn, swinging for another 3. We probably played the Rain. I think we played the Rain here. Maybe he's thinking about Terrapin. Does he have an Icebound? Looks like he has an Icebound to me, but maybe I'm just reading that one wrong. Gonna have a big think here. Obviously, it's Arsana. Doesn't really do much in the first few turns of the game. Does have the double heal herb though, so still no sign of a Fertile Grounds. Also no pair, so not the best start either. Luniel's end. I do definitely see a Rain. Oh, he definitely has an Icebound Slam in there. I'm almost certain I see it. Yeah, he has one. He has one. I think he's thinking about between Rain and just slamming. From my point of view, I think you go for the slam because it puts them really low and it fills your grave. And you don't have to worry about the possibility of a spell shield. But at the same time, Rain is the ultimate value card. So Jig's gonna take his time, considering what the best option is. I think both are definitely defensible. If he wants to go for a possible Terrapin, the Terrapin would be having 1 buff counter, which means that it would not die to a 4 counter Polaris, unless he wants to wait for the Polaris to get popped and then start playing his more allies. Yeah, it doesn't seem like... Oh, he's passing? Wow, he's passing here. That's kind of shocking to me. He's not even going to play the Fractal Rain? That's really interesting. Maybe he really just wants to hold negates. Might consider playing the Fast Cure to get a controlled banish, but we'll see. I did not see a Dungeon Guide. Let's see, do I see a Dismissal in there? I don't think I see a Dismissal. Maybe he's hoping for like the Tidal Lock plus Cerulean Negate. Oh, there's the Spell Shield, so Jigs does know that Luniel is playing Spell Shield now. Hit a pair. Hit a pair. That's quite fortunate on his end. We could try Fast Curing now, just to heal a little bit. But that does leave you open to getting a very negated. Wisdom's Reprise is going to try and dig for DG. You If you try and negate this, you're gonna have to double. He found it. He found the DG. Wow. Okay, so really, I don't usually like doing this unless I'm desperate, but in this situation, I guess you kind of are. I mean, it's gotta be the DG. Maybe if you want to keep that nascent barrier, but you already lost your mnemonic charm, so it's not quite as good. Valera's gonna wake up here. Only what, 6 cards in hand? I think 7? 7 cards after this. I'm gonna get a draw, so that's 8 in total. If he DGs now, he is opening himself up to double negate. And unlike the stifling trap trick that I was talking about yesterday, you cannot avoid that because it is an activation negate, not an on-enter negate. He also really has to worry about the possibility of fracturize on the pair herb. It's a big risk actually to go for that here. I think if I was in this situation, maybe I wouldn't even try, because if I let the pair go, you could fracturize in response, so now he can only Polaris for 2. Jake's taking a think about this, whether he wants to try and negate anything. I think he might be trying to go for the double negate here. Cerulean first. Rain. Cerulean. Negate and draw. He's gonna let it go. Gonna draw into memory. And probably just gonna try and go for fast cure end phase on a end phase of his opponent. Gonna get the draw. No fracturize. No fracturize. So in this situation, I mean, you just swing with your allies first and then see what he does. Level up here, go Terrapin after. Actually, there's also a ringleader in there, so we can get an extremely big Terrapin. Even get to hold this Primordial Ritual to use in your Bovine if you want. So we're going to go level 1 Sylvie here. We're going to start chaining some... We're going to start chaining these ringleaders in our grave. 2 down. Ringu. Ringleader number 1. Another 2 down. Is there another ringleader in there? Oh my god, there's 2. Okay, well that's just nasty. The Terrapin's gonna come in with +3 counters and then banish a float to hit 4. Pretty good. And that's a Frostborn? You just drew no Frostbind. No, it's Chilling Touch. I mean, we just swing here. We swing every time. See what happens. We're gonna take 1. Wow, he's actually taking it. And then we've hit float and we've hit another ringleader. Currently 2 ringleaders live. Pally gonna come in. He's taking it still? Wow. You would potentially die to an IBS now? Actually, no, not yet. You're actually, yeah. You would go to 20. So you'd still live. Maybe Jake's thinking about whether he wants to try and go for slam when you're staring this down. I mean, I think you go for Terrapin at least. The Terrapin is not going to die. It's going to have 3 buff counters. There we go, 4. There's the turtle. 3 counters. +1. 4 counters. Gonna draw a card. Did he not draw? I think he missed a draw there from the Terrapin, but I'm not certain. Let's see if that ends up making a difference in this. That might actually be the difference between him winning and losing. He has a second Terrapin if he wants to play another one. He's willing to play another one. It's going to have another 2 counters, 3 counters actually. Because of course, ringleader for some reason is the whole turn. Pretty hard for Arsana to deal with that. She has no negates yet, no cosmic seals or anything. We do have 2 title locks though, so maybe we'd rather just sit. Yeah, he's just gonna take the slow road on this fast cure. Are we gonna see the fast cure? Seems like a no. He's gonna go Arsana. Banish 3. Gonna lose what, a bolt, and do we fast cure now? No, it's still negate father. Actually, I probably don't even bother negating that. Comet Fall in hand. You hate to see it. He might be trying to actually go for Comet Fall plus Polaris here to try and... Ooh, 3 visits, pretty good. You do need some healing right now. I think he's trying to go for Polaris plus Comet Fall because that would be 8 damage, but so the Terrapin would die. So let's see. But of course, Jigs has negates, so that Comet might end up with a Roni. Are we gonna add this Fertile or this Beseech perhaps, or just bottom all 3? It's a bit hard to play Beseech right now. You don't have many cards, so I think he's gonna bottom all 3. Unless you don't want to risk drawing to a Star Call, then you can at least put probably Beseech down into your memory. Yeah, he's looking through his material deck, trying to think about whether it's worth it to keep it. Fertile Sprout is definitely a bit too late. Yeah, it seems like a bottom 3 here. This is all in recollection. And we're gonna go visit. So this visit, of course, could be negated, but you don't really want to. Doesn't really help you much to negate this, because it ends up just going banished anyway. So you just let go. Rather just negate the card that he tries to Star Call. Ooh, Jace is really negating this? That is something I just can't really agree with. It's using this on a 3 visits, it's not really worth it, right? He still gets another 3 visit. He still has it in the banish. You really much rather save it for the Star Called card. Fortunately, he hasn't actually hit any. Has that spell shield still. Next turn is at threat of dying. Still has the Polaris to at least kill 2 of these allies. But yeah, this is a pretty tough spot. He does have that spell shield. If Jigs has maybe refracting missiles to pop that, or maybe just, as I like to call it, walk the dog. There is a Wisdom 3 prize in there. Let's just try and dig for another Star Call card. Unfortunately, he can't really play the... Ooh, is he gonna play Indolent? That feels like a rather desperate move, if ever. Or are we fast curing? Oh, I think he's gonna go Mnemonic. Mnemonic pass. And then play a 3 visits. So he can't play the 3 visits. He's rested already. Yeah, I think he's just gonna go Mnemonic. Okay, seems like he's changing his mind. Just gonna pass it back like that. Polaris is gonna be a big concern with Resonance Bauble. Gonna get an extra draw. Allow us to play this Ringleader that we milled. Stratagem, finally hitting the boards. We're gonna try and pop now. The Terrapin is still gonna be alive though. Fracture Ice? Fracture Ice check? Nope. Dungeon Guide? Hell yeah. We love to see it. Pop the herb, get an extra heal. With those 4 counters, kills 2 of the allies. Does put another float in the Bovine though. For the Stratagem that is about to come. 4 damage, put 4 bolts in the deck. Wait, why is he taking damage? Jigs. Imagine if Polaris did damage. That's 4 bolts, so only 8 bolts. I think 2 were banished earlier on one of the level ups. Terrapin swing here, go into the... would get eaten up by this... what's it called? The spell shield. If he hits a Comet Fall, he can try and kill the Terrapin, because 4 damage from the... 4 damage from the Polaris, and then another 4 from Comet Fall would be enough to kill the turtle. Gonna draw into memory. Very standard stuff. Has a million cards in hand. Potential for negate. Gonna go Wisdom's Reprise. Gonna try and kill... ooh, Fast Gear. Alright, gonna get that Fast Gear off. Gonna probably bring out Astroscope after this. Draw, and it's Polar Depths. You don't really want to ever mill the Arisana, so you usually just end up going for mill yourself into Stratagem. I mean, at this point, Jigs can just maybe try and go for Icebound. Does he have enough cards to go Icebound plus a negate? He did spend 2 of his title locks, unfortunately, already. He has a Refracting, I think? If he has Refracting, then he can definitely go just... then he could just try and play around the... we're gonna go Chilling Touch. Not a bad choice. Is it a Paladin? Maybe another Terrapin? Chilling Touch again. Is he going for Ravishing, actually? Might actually be trying to Ravish here. Ravishing would not be enough. Only 6 damage. Actually, don't... actually, no, he's not on Nico. He's on just pure Sylvie, so... is he just doing this for... oh, he's doing this for Stratagem, I think. I definitely saw him draw that earlier. You are risking a lot here, though. There is potential for negate with Hordy counter. Is Jigs not going to respect the Hordy counter? Okay, he's going to keep 1 card in hand, so that even if there is a Hordy counter, there's no herbs, only 1 card in hand, he can pay for it. And yeah, that's game. Yeah, so this just goes to show that you gotta pressure the Arisanas. If you give her too much time, it definitely puts you in a situation where she can eventually kind of go infinite, especially if she opens Fertile. If she opens Fertile, then you really cannot give her too much space. If you give her space, she's gonna draw 700 cards, have 8 negates in hand, all that can be like free, especially against water. One of the big weaknesses of these water decks is they play so much float, and the float cards end up getting banished. So it's not unusual for a lot of your really good float cards, things like Lost in Thoughts and Refracting Missiles that you can often use to get ahead in a game to get negated. So let's see how Luniel chooses to adapt here. Definitely want to see maybe some more ways of getting around allies. Terrapin is probably the hardest ally for Arisana to deal with just because he is so big. Basically need to have an 8 counter Polaris, which is... I don't think I've seen a Polaris get to 8 counters before. Either that or you have to chain it together with a Comet or a Meteor Strike. So 4 damage from Comet Fall, 4 damage from Meteor, or 4 damage from Comet Fall, 4 damage from Polaris. That might be enough, or like 6 damage plus 4. So that's usually the combinations, and depends on really how many buff counters the Terrapin got in that situation. Let's see, Scatter Essence seems like it's coming in Blanche. Also looking like a potential choice here. I wonder if Jigs is going to continue to keep the Fractal Sovereign in knowing that his opponent is probably going to put in Scatter Essence, but who's to say? Actually, is he removing the Scatter Essence? He might be removing them. Yeah, I actually think he removed Scatter Essence. Maybe sniffing out that some fractals are gonna get removed from the deck. Still thinking a little. I think, oh, he's holding on to a lot of scatter essences. Probably thinking about whether or not he wants to keep them. So he's gonna put some amount in the deck. Not gonna go all in. Blanche is surprisingly not coming in. Morgans, huh? I think that was like 2 or 3 Morgans. Morgans are actually a pretty good card in this deck. You get a glimpse every turn or a heal. I mean, obviously, if you need healing, you pick healing. If you don't need healing, you just get the glimpse and you get an extra glimpse. Really nice for you to be able to set up. If you glimpsed on your previous turn and you got a bunch of different star calling cards you all want to trigger, rather just leave them all on top, move to your turn, get the free glimpse of Morgan. Same kind of principle as using an Astrocyte or a 3 visits to try and avoid bottoming your other star call cards, or even just good Astro cards like your Seals, your Horta counters. All right, I'm gonna go into game 2 here. 34 minutes left on the clock. We all know how long these games could potentially go, but they also could go really fast if Arsana gets like double ice bounded without leveling up, or Arsana games can end fast, like where she wins, but they usually don't end extremely fast in like the double icebound kind of way. It goes first here, sees 3 Astro cards. That's a Bolt, a Sight, and a Seal. Stifling Trap. Surprise, Stifling Trap stayed in here considering that we're not playing a deck that uses Dungeon Guide. I guess you can use it to stop the unenters of a turtle or a Frostborn, but I don't think that seems worth it at all. Gonna bottom 4 here. Definitely want to find that Fertile Grounds. Nope. Dungeon Guide. Fertile Grounds. Fertile Grounds and a Nascent. So the rest of the hand's kinda whatever. It's a lot of cards that you actually cannot play. Choose to keep the Stifling Trap. Once again, I'm still not entirely sure why Stifling Trap was kept in. 3 down. We're gonna just commit the Fertile right now. I'm actually not sure if Jigs is on Mystic Purifier. That would definitely change things. 4, 5, 6. Icebound Slam. I saw it. I think you just send it. You just send the slam. Like this. You got a pressure, and what's more pressure than 8 damage? If he did put in some normal cards like a Mystic Purifier, though, that would be. Nah, we're sending it. Oh? Is he choosing not to play the slam? Oh, he just wants to go straight Bovine, huh? Before the mills start coming? I suppose I can understand that. And we hit a float, so... Okay, then we're going to play the Frosty. Definitely not going to commit your Stifling Trap for this. It's going to take at least another turn of taking all this damage. So I can understand why he wants to establish allies right now before the Polaris lands on field. Actually, if he has a Fracturize, then the Polaris... This might be a pretty fast game. If he's able to Polaris the... Or if he's able to Fracturize the Polaris, then this Frostborn and this Bovine are going to stick around for basically until level 3 comes. Oh, he missed his Fertile Grounds trigger. Uh-oh. It's going to let him have it, though. So we're going to double the... I'm actually Surprised he didn't double the level herb there. Only 5 cards in hand because you did go first, plus you went with a Fertile Grounds turn 1. Yeah, he's gonna go Polaris. This is very risky, but at the same time, when you're on the back foot, sometimes you just have to go for it. So we're gonna go GCR. And do we have a Fracturize? If we Fracturize now, I'm pretty sure this game's gonna be going way faster than I expected. Okay, we hit the Ringleader. Frosty for another 3. I don't see a Fracturize. Yeah, seeming like a no, but we can Icebound. Icebound for 8, pretty good. And then Stratagem in hand? So we go Icebound this turn and then Stratagem next? And he's just probably just dead if he doesn't have Dungeon Guide? He does have the DG, but then does he have enough cards to hold a Porta Counter or an Astral Seal? I want to say no. Icebound going to come down, going to hit. This is definitely going to hit 5 because there's already water cards engraved. One, that's a float. 2, that's a float. Okay, Stratagem. That's a float. 4 float? Wow, Jigs is nuts. That's so cringe. 4 float. Of course, he did mill a Stratagem, but you don't really need more than 1 Stratagem. He already has 1 in hand. Yeah, if you're in Luniel's position, this is scary. Because actually, does he even have a card he can play at fast speed here? He has like maybe like a fast cure. Oh my god, that's actually, yeah, that's 4 float right now. Which means Stratagem will come in for 12 next turn. And if the Bovine gets killed, I mean, we could level up if we want to, though we don't have to. Yeah, he actually has nothing to play here. If he goes, he can Stifling the Bovine. He can Nascent Barrier, but if he was gonna Nascent Barrier, he probably should have done it already. Is he gonna bring out Safeguard? Oh, Safeguard Amulet is the pick here, but that's just. Are you not just dead to Frostmourne? The Polaris only... Okay, you can hit 4 stacks on your Polaris and kill the allies, but you're so low. Refracting Missiles could come in. Well, there's no Fractals in field, but I feel like this is really, really risky. Is he gonna DG to 2, perhaps? Yeah, DG to 2. Needs the life. Also wants to get the herbs kicking already. Also no heal herbs, which is a bit unfortunate. We can pop one of the level herbs at least to try and spike. Oh, we lost the other DG. Just gonna plan a hard level. Quite smart to go for the Safeguard here, considering the Stratagem is in hand, though he of course wouldn't know that. 3 and a 3 a pair. That is a heal herb as well. And we're gonna roll another one, and that's 1. So we could pop the level herb, pop the Fragmented Spirit, get an extra draw here, but we are still very, very close to dead. We are gonna draw 1 off of one of these herbs, I assume, and then we're gonna draw another 1 off of the Fragmented. We could end the turn with 5 influence, but we might be dead next turn. Gonna draw a card. 2 stacks on Polaris. Comet Fall, not what you want to see. Is he gonna eat one of these herbs to get the Fragmented Spirit? Blinding Orb might be nice here. Wind Resonance. Not on Serene. Thinking about popping Polaris now, I think. If you pop Polaris now, you're always just a threat of dying to the level 1 Bovine moves, but... Okay, he's gonna let it go. And then, oh, that even lets the bovine swing here. You swing immediately with bovine. Oh my god, he drew polar depths. Of course, there is a safeguard. Ooh, did he mill to float off that? Kinda nasty, actually. Swing 3. Are you really gonna take all of this? You just died to reflecting missiles? I guess there's still a safeguard on field. Gonna get another stack of Polaris. I think he's finally gonna pop it. We're gonna bottom the Comet. Gonna shuffle that back in the deck. Draw into Wisdom. Not really what we want to see. Gonna get this. Gain a level. Put us at 4 counters. We can pop the Fragmented Shard. Draw an extra card. Draw 3 visits. Pretty good. Ooh, the safeguard is really stonewalling Jigs here. Gonna pop it here. Gonna leave 1 herb for the Fertile Grounds. Paladin is gonna die. So is the cow. If we have like another Icebound here, it's curtains. But I don't see one. Terrapin. Probably want to save that one for level 2 turn. Maybe might just decide to commit this Ringleader. Yeah, I feel like he's gonna just bring out the Ringleader here. Yeah, just swing. Another 2. We're gonna slowly inch our way to the finish line. I actually think we probably just go Lost in Thought at end phase. Lost in Thought for like 4. Draw a million cards. We're definitely gonna draw into like a Slam or something at that point. Maybe thinking about going for Scepter. It's gonna spend the 3 visits now, so obviously not gonna get the Star Call power, but at least we have. Ooh, Beseech might come in handy. Fast Cure as well. The heal train is, in fact, on. Jigs has to end this game real soon. Otherwise, there's a chance that Luniel will be able to stabilize with that Fertile Grounds. Kept 1 on top, 1 on bottom. I'm not sure if it was Fast Cure or Beseech that he kept on top. Gonna re-stand. Are we gonna level the 3 here? That's really risky. Yeah, okay, Safeguard. Or not Safeguard, the Nullifying Lantern. Gonna get us insulated from Icebound at least. We're gonna make another Spring Leaf. Puts us at a pretty sizable influence. The Astral Seal gonna be pretty useful here once we hit level 3, but we're not at level 3. Fast Cure going to at least heal us another 4. Man, this deck heals so much. I'm gonna end his turn, move over, get an extra draw, put him an influence of 6, Safeguard at the ready, and a Lantern so he doesn't just explode. Did he elect to not draw? I think he elected not to draw. Maybe he wants to try and save the herb so that the Fertile Grounds is still live next turn without needing to go pouch. No, he's just going for it. I mean, I think at this position, you really just have to go for it. Without Polaris on field anymore, we really need to hit level 3. We're gonna go level 1 Sylvie. We're gonna... Do we have Ringleaders in our graveyard that we can send? Oh, Lost in Thought for... I think he's gonna go Lost in Thought for like 1 trillion. Lost in Thought for 5? Yikes. Lost in Thought for 5. That is crazy. This 1 card going +4 like that? Well, actually really +5 because it's also a float on its own. So we're going to draw 5 here. There's so many things that could happen. The fact that Arsana is not yet at level 3 makes doing this so easy. Don't have to worry at all about Horde counter or Astral Seal. That's why I think he's just going for it now while he still has the chance. Gonna put 2 down. What is this? Fast Cure. While he has no cards in hand to negate. Understandable. Fastness of Cures. Ooh, you know what would actually kind of ruin this? A few chilling touches right now might be a bit disastrous. We're gonna glimpse just to heal. We have somehow gone from, what, like 20 down all the way back to 10? Horde counter. You definitely got to be thinking about that, but also at the same time, you might not hit level 3. So, I can see why he's thinking long and hard about this. He still has a lot of time. The amount of health that he bought from doing this has definitely saved him. But I think Jigs just needs to draw Fracturize Safeguard, then the... Ooh, Chilling Touch. Chilling Touch, a Crackle of Rain, a Bovine, a Frostborn. That's a lot of powerful allies. We're gonna go Ringleader too. Ringleader as well. We're just gonna go for ally beatdown at this point. He has like... Is this like 20 cards in hand? Like, what am I looking at? Icebound Slam? Ah, it's a bit late for that, but... Oh, the Arisana is rested. Can he go for Polar Depths at this point? Does he have 2? He might be able to go for double Polar at this point. I don't know if it's... I still don't think it's enough yet. The game has to drag on quite a while, and usually you want to have some Fractals before that happens. I mean, if you go for Polar, unless all the Cosmic Bolts are in his hand, he probably can't kill you. Showing the Icebound Slam unintentionally. I think he wants to play the Rains, but I think you pressure. Play the Turtle. CT, pretty good. Means he is forced to play, I think, the Stifling or that Wisdom's Reprise just to... Actually, he's not even level 3. If he has 2 CTs here, I don't see another one. But it is awkward. He doesn't have a way to get more cards into his memory. He actually can't even level up. Terrapin. Terrapin the choice. I think he wants to try and stifle this. You can Stifling Trap a Terrapin. It's not a spell. Might get negated though, actually, but... I think if I was in Jig's position, I would definitely just let this go, though. Let him -1 himself. Yeah, he's gonna let it go. Terrapin with 2 buff counters. Oh, there's the Stifling. I don't think you negate this. I think you're perfectly fine with that. I think he's trying to say it's like, oh, he has Spell Shroud, but Stifling Trap is not a spell. It's a skill, so should still work. Ooh, is he thinking about negating this? I definitely don't like negating this here. Oh, Cerulean is the pick. Oh, showing that he has another Cerulean. So this gets negated, so he still gets to draw at least. The Terrapin gets to be fatter. Buffed up. Gonna draw into memory. Draw into memory first. And then, did he get the draw off the Terrapin? Did he whiff the draw on the Terrapin again? Just needs 5 more damage. So awfully close. Gonna hold 4 cards in hand, one of them being a Cerulean. He has 3 Ceruleans at this point. If you level up here, you have 0 cards in hand. You're gonna draw one, and then Chilling Touch gonna come back one at the end of the turn. Oh, here, right, he has a float. He still has the... I guess he has the potential of spiking off of this 3 visits at least. Losing the glimpse cards and losing the defensive cards as well. No bolts, it seems. Gonna 3 visits now. Oh, this is risky. This is risky. If you get a star call here, you might get negated. Astral Seal, Horde counter, and 3 visits. Gonna draw one of these for turn. Jiggs just has to do 10 damage. Has he drawn a Fracturize yet? He's got to have drawn a Fracturize at this point. Oh! No herbs. So the Fertile Ground's not even live right now. That's pretty unfortunate. Horde counter also not live, outside of just, you know, hard paying for it. This 3 visits is going to go to the bottom now, so... Gonna bottom 2? Bottom 1. What is the one he's bottoming? Is it Horde or is it bottom 2? Bottom 2 as well as the 3 visits. So that's all you've got left. He's gonna keep one of them. I think that's Horde counter. 3 visits gonna finish as well. Gonna draw for turn. Oh, he's also gonna bottom the Horde counter, so he's just gonna have a completely blind draw. Or maybe trying to confirm with the judges what the ordering of the return to bottom is. So we're all square now. Just gonna 1 card in hand, draw for turn, another 3 visits, which you cannot use. This is not good. The Astral Seal is live though, assuming it's on a floating card or a ringleader or something, but you're gonna take 7 damage right here, right now. Gonna pop. Oh, the Mnemonic comes back, so he has 1 card in memory. This was Chilling Touched. And then he has 2 cards in hand, so Horde counter is a threat, Astral Seal is a threat. We know that it's a 3 visits that he cannot use, and an Astral Seal. If it's an Astral Seal, like, it would have to be on a floating card, which are usually not the aggressive ones aside from Refracting. Or I suppose Ringleader as well. We're gonna go 1. What are we bringing out? Are we bringing out Scepter? Blinding Orb. Alright, Jiggs already knows. He's got this one. He just needs to make sure this resolves. So everything goes down. The only thing stopping you is that Safeguard Amulet, but if you just play allies, you should be able to win from this spot. No heal herbs, no 3 visits, no tricks. 2. 5. Frostworm Paladin does it right here. Another Terrapin would also do it. Did he take the appropriate amount of damage? And Icebound. All right, so I mean, that's the game. Didn't look particularly close, actually. Even with the Fertile Grounds, but I think that's the thing. These water decks have so much aggro potential, and they can get so much infinite value from all these floating. Since Arizona can't really fight for board outside of Polaris, if Polaris gets fracturized or if they just force you to use it so early and then they start just throwing out the turtles, it's pretty hard to come back from that. Of course, didn't really get a good spot. Never actually really got to level 3 and was able to do much. Not much star calling really going on. So yeah, kind of an unfortunate game on Lunia's side, but I don't know, Jiggs has been playing a lot of these Asha decks and he's gotten a lot better at them from the first time he like fought one against I think Boy yesterday. He completely forgot about Horde counter, and now I think he's kind of understood how the deck works. Has played against several really strong Arizona players, so I think he's kind of becoming an Arizona killer at this point. maybe goes to show that the water decks are quite capable of being able to beat this deck. I mean, of course, they're both casino decks, so a lot of it is down to like variance of mills, variance of glimpses, but there is still a ton of skill expression and just efficiencies that you can do with both of these decks that I think a lot of maybe less experienced players might not catch on to. But yeah, I mean, that's a pretty convincing win. That would put Jigs currently undefeated at, this is round 5. So yeah, he's 5-0. So he's pretty well set to get his own backup charger. He was unfortunately slightly off 19th place yesterday. He could actually just draw next 2 rounds and he should be in. But yeah, I mean, really good showing. 2 more rounds left. It's been a long two days, a weekend of Grand Archive. So definitely looking forward to see what we got for the last 2. Maybe something different. Not an Astra or a Sylvie. Actually, how about we bring back Merlin? I don't know, something strange. We'll see. Of course, we will choose top table decks, but within the top table, so maybe we'll try and find something that we haven't seen in a bit. But anyway, that's it for this round. We'll move on. There's 10 minutes left in the round plus overtime, so probably be back in about 20 minutes. And please stick around and watch the last 2 so we can see who wins in the end. Thanks for watching, and we'll be back real soon. Hello everyone, and we're back with our penultimate round of the Forge Hobby Regionals Philippines. We have a slobber knocker of a match here. We've got Fred Kyle versus Poan. So unfortunately, no Fred Kyle versus Quarax. Quarax is not losing, and Fred is, I think, 4-1 right now. So both of these players are playing for their lives. They have to win this game. So Fred versus Poan. Obviously, Fred on Tamer Mill, and Poan is on Wind Astra. So let's see. I see Fertile Grounds. You know it. You love it. The best card ever. Did he bottom it? He might have bottomed it. Might be worried about the game. Maybe after all of his, or did he keep the Fertile? Maybe he kept the Fertile. Okay, he kept the one Fertile Grounds and bottomed everything else. I'm gonna throw down 2 Astra cards. That was a Sight and a Cosmic Bolt. We're gonna just go Fertile Grounds. Let's go Fertile Grounds. So Fred has to end this game quickly, because if your opponent opens Fertile Grounds, you cannot let him have space. And unfortunately, unlike Jigs, who is dropping allies turn 1, Fred is unfortunately having like he didn't even have a Fractal of Rain. It's a Polar Depth. Polar Depth's good if he can go Stratagem Icebound. Well, the reverse of that, Icebound into Stratagem like right away. Then we're talking. But let's see if he has anything. Bovine probably gonna come down. I'm not sure if Fred has as much experience playing against this matchup, because Jigs has been playing up against it a lot, which is why I think he understands how to really go ham on it. You see, like, he's playing, yeah, Fred is playing like Fractals and stuff. Meanwhile, like Jigs, he was just like playing, he was dumping allies. I think Fred might just not know the secret text yet. Is he gonna play the Bovine? You gotta play the Bovine. Let's go. Is he gonna play? Oh yeah, there we go. Bovine coming down. Swing 2 or 1. Mill 2. My heart sinks to see that. One of the rare double useless mills, I guess. Actually, not even just useless. Totally detrimental, because these are your 2 win con cards. So to lose them this early is quite unfortunate. We're going to get a heal herb and a level herb. We're going to double. I imagine we'll just double maybe double the level herb so we can use it on level 2 if we don't have DG yet. Draw. Yeah, he did double the level herb. I'm gonna bring out Polaris. Fred does have the Fracturize for it if he wants to, but Poan his deck is built in a way where he actually is fine with Polaris not going off. He has Lunar Conduit, so he doesn't have the problem that a lot of these lists have, which is where 4 Cosmic Bolts just isn't enough damage. We're gonna go Wind Res. Level. Okay, Fractal of Rain. Mill. Can we hit a float? Did he just mill Stratagem? Polar Depths Icebound Slam? Are you serious? That is some of the worst luck I've ever seen. Okay. Another. What? What's happening? What's going on here? 2 Polar Depths gone already? Alright, well, we gotta start throwing allies. Otherwise, this game's gonna go a bit too long. We're gonna Paladin. I'm just gonna hope that Poan doesn't find that Comet Fall. Did he draw another Fractal of Rain? No, it didn't seem like it. Gets to hold the negates. Poan does have three visits, triple visits. Seems like Fred's just got in a hand that's not particularly aggressive. What are those cards on the left side? Are those Chilling Touches or Paladin? I think they're Paladins, yeah. No? Frostbinds? Paladin. Another one. Okay. Well, considering that Poan doesn't have Polaris, this is pretty good. Alright, so I mean, Fred has got to end this game quick. Fastest of Cures cannot stop this. So he is going to unfortunately get the heal. He also has the three visits. So much healing in this Arizona deck. It is obnoxious. Going to banish a nascent barrier. So at least that's a little bit of defense gone. We're going to start drawing a bajillion cards. Let's freaking go. 3 level herbs if we want to pop one of those to get an extra level to pop our thing early. Seems like he's choosing to double that one. So he's going to eat 1, gain a level. Or did he just change his mind? Oh, I think he's going to play Wisdom's Reprise to try and dig for Dungeon Guide. Wisdom's Reprise. Let's see if we can find Dungeon Guide. We did not find it. Wait, why? Oh, is it 3 visits? No, this is Wisdom's Reprise. Why is it only looking at 2 cards? Oh, no, it's 3. Gonna keep 1 on top, 1 on bottom. I think he's keeping the Mnemonic? Or was it Sight? He might have kept Sight. Then we're gonna draw off the Frag Spare. Just look for that DG. Was that DG? I don't know. DG? Was that? Yeah, he drew a DG. All right, perfect. I mean, this is the benefit of playing a deck that's full of glimpses. Also has the Fractal to get a Rig, get guaranteed banishes here. Fred does not have the ability to stop this. Obviously, not enough cards to play a Frozen Dismissal. Then comes Arizona 3. All right, so this is a very different game. But let's see. Fred has to hope for a whiff on the Comet Fall here. If a Comet Fall drops, then your whole board is annihilated. If the top card's Comet Fall, it's Comet Fall. What? Oh man, you hate to see it when you draw the Star Call card you needed off the top. It sucks. Okay, Fractal Rain Trigger. Gonna draw first. Draws a Terrapin, I think. Terrapin, no! My turtle, my beloved. You need the Terrapins because Comet Fall's so hard to get around. Ooh, Horde Counter in hand. 3 Viz, gonna try and dig for a Comet. Comet Fall, we already drew one, unfortunately. Gonna bottom 2. Horde Counter might get us another one. Oh my god, he has so much life. Currently, this is 7 damage on board, but if he's gonna heal 2 every turn, then... Mill? Ah! Alright, alright. That's some amount of float, at least. Wow, we're hitting... Why are we hitting Dungeon Guide? Fred, you do know he's gonna Comet Fall you, right? There's no point hitting the Dungeon Guide. Now that Fred has milled 2 of his Polar Depths too, it's very, very unlikely that Juan is going to be able to... It's very unlikely he's going to be able to do a mill out, especially against Arizona. It's very hard to mill her out. You basically have to catch her rested, and then you go for the double mill. But, yeah, I mean, if he can find the second Polar Depths and he's milled like 40 cards, maybe. Also, in particular, Arizona does have more cards than other decks because of Polaris. Except, actually, Polaris did not go off this game. So, okay, let's see it. Are we going to hit the Comet Fall? He already drew one. I think he might have bottomed one earlier, too. Ooh, okay, that's another 3 Viz. That's a Spell Shield. Is that 2 Spell Shields? Or is it Astral Seal Spell Shield? All right, that means the turtle is 100% gone. We can't let the turtle stick. A stratagem with some negates behind it would be kind of crazy here. I wonder if Pawn's trying to just go raw Comet Fall, hard play Comet Fall. That's really risky against water, though. We're going to get the Frail Counter over here. How many cards in hand does he have? 1, 2, 3, 5. So he could play the I think Comet Fall's 5 cost too. He could play the Comet Fall using the Fractal, but it's just going to get 100% negated. What'd he draw? It's an Astra card. I can't tell what it was. It wasn't another Comet Fall. It was I think it was a Seal. Okay, currently another 3, 6, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage on board. So we are getting there, but then there's so much healing and so much defense. Boom, Frostborn Paladin. Fred, mill better. What are you doing? Okay, are you gonna 3-vis now? We're gonna dig for that comment. Okay, we're gonna dig for comment again. Alright, it's Bolt. It's Bolt. It's not comment. It's not comment. Are you hitting face? 4-7. Actually, you are dead, Fred, if you get hit by another one of these. Just have to take... Well, he's not dead yet. Has to be a... Actually, it's 8 damage. Yeah, actually, I think he is dead, because that was a 6 damage bolt. So yeah, if he actually gets hit by another bolt, he's dead. A Horde counter would kill him. Horde counter into Cosmic Bolt if he can't negate it back. Oh, I actually think Fred is like super dead here unless he holds like multiple negates. Because Pawn just has to hit one Cosmic Bolt. Yeah, 2 Cosmic Bolts. One is in Grave, one is in Banish. So the next Cosmic Bolt's gonna hit for 8. That's enough to just kill you. What is the plan? I mean, he has a lot of glimpses. Maybe he just goes for the Necklace of Foresight. Still has 1-3 visits trigger left. Do we just gamble, go? He might actually have a Bolt in hand. If that's the case, then unfortunately that does cost 3, so it's a bit expensive. Oh, Fred has milled 2 stratagems. Backup charger, we're just digging. We want to have as many cards in hand so we can pay for everything. Okay. It was a visit and something else. And we don't need another visit. I think we already have another visit, actually. Wisdom 3 prize. 2, 3. Backup charger. Draw into. That was Fertile Grounds. Gotta get our Fertile Grounds counter. He has so many cards in hand. How can you negate this? 1, 2. Cosmic Ball, 2-face. Do you have anything? How many cards in hand is that? A lot. And he has Horde counter. So Horde counter for potential free cost 3 negate. Yeah, this is not going to be nearly enough. I think Plan's got this in the bag. Gonna pay 2, hold on to a Horde counter. If he should have the Horde counter unless it. Now he has to have it negated again. So he's gonna use another Cerulean. Or if it's Tidal Lock would be ideal here. Another Cerulean. This is gonna get Horde countered. Or actually he doesn't even have to, he can just pay for it. And he has Horde counter, last card in hand. So if this, and then this is Frostbind, and it's Horde counter. No, not the Horde counter. I can see Freddy shaking his head. Oh man, he got Horde'd. Not like this. Even gets a glimpse here. Doesn't matter. And that's it. That's over. That's over. Unfortunate. Somebody gets Horde countered every day, and everyone just laughs at him. I mean, his mills were atrocious, though. Milling Stratagem, Icebound, and Polar Depths in a row is a bit much, if I do say so myself. Definitely probably should have leveled up there, though. I know he was trying to rush, but Fawn also obviously started with the God card for the grounds. So, just goes to show that you can see from the last game, Jig's playing super aggressive, playing allies early. Fred playing fractals early, and obviously that's the normal way you play this deck, is to play like a bunch of rains and stuff. But here you actually really want to play allies because Arisana cannot deal with them until she gets to level 2 with the Polaris, or if she gets Fertile Grounds, then Polaris. But then if you get an opportunity to fracturize it, you actually are in a decent spot where you have a bunch of allies. She can't get rid of them unless she hits Comet Fall. And that's why Turtle is really important in this deck, because Turtle does not die to Comet Fall as long as it's buffed. Really very little way for Arisana to kill it outside of Comet Fall, double Comet Fall plus Polaris. Assuming it has enough buff counters, obviously, but I assume you're playing, if you're going to play Terrapin, you're going to have buff counters on it. Probably usually 2 at least from a Ringleader plus on enter. 3 potentially if you just went Sylvie 1 that turn. But yeah, I mean, what can I say? It's just mill better. What? It's just that simple. Just mill better. When you mill all of your win cons, why are you even here? as far as the sideboard goes, is he playing Mystic Purifier? Because if he plays Mystic Purifier, he's gonna Icebound and mill it, like Josh did yesterday. So, also, I mean, if he doesn't, Mystic Purifier is just such a awkward card. I mean, it does hit the Fragmented Spirit, but if there's one thing Fred can be happy about, at least that game was fast. So he can try and win this. I mean, he has to win one more game. If he draws one, he's fine. So if he can win this and then just try and draw out the last one, then I think he can. If he can draw out this game and then he has to win his round 7. So I mean, obviously just win. Gonna shuffle up here. Obviously, the 2 best decks, probably, I'd say, in the room. Duking it out. Well, though, when there's 3 different versions of water, which version is best? I still like Nico. Sylvie Nico. I still think it's the best just because I think Lash and Facade are too good to pass up. While also being able to have all of the advantages of playing Tamer. So, I mean, I don't know. I think everyone has different philosophies. If I was to rank them personally, I would say Nico, Sylvie Mill, Arisana Mill, in that order. Fred opening a Fractal of Rain. No Bovine, though. No Bovines? No Bovines. Not like this. Polar Depths. Polar Depths. Alright, this is the exact same start from last game. Hoan cheating by bringing out his Arisana 1 at his first turn. Gonna glimpse 6. I don't see Fertile Grounds, but I see 2 bolts. There's actually kind of a risk with putting bolts at the bottom of your deck if you aren't able to guarantee that your Polaris is going to trigger, because now you have to glimpse through the entire deck before you get back to it. Ooh. Fertile Grounds. Fertile Grounds. Let's go. I wonder if we're ever going to reach the point where everyone just plays Fragmented Spirit, because there's always some insane bomb turn 1 card that every deck needs. Into the Demonic Charm! Oh my god, if he has Indolent, this is so over. Alright, what's the choice? Wind Rezo. Gonna try and draw. He did have Icebound Slam, so he can slam now. Ooh! Not again! Not again! Can we stop milling our win con? Double Icebound Slam. I was actually speaking about this with Josh and Jigs earlier, because they've been playing against this deck a lot, and they actually would rather play allies. Oh my god! Oh my god! All right, two float. I was ready for this to be a five floatless mill. Hey, buddy! Why are you in Arizona 2? All right, Arizona 1. And his material deck probably got mixed up there. Comet Fall, going the way of the Dodo. So, what are our herbs this game? 1 and 1? Pair? 1 and 4. Okay, so we can get a double here, which means if we want to, we can already get the Fragmented Spirit draw. Gonna pop the yeah, he's gonna move it, because I think the Mnemonic was a bit too close to the graveyard. Bit confusing there. Indolent? Oh my god, Fertile Grounds, Mnemonic, Indolent? Sometimes you're just crazy. Sometimes you're just cracked. I wonder what he's gonna choose to do here. Fred did Icebound, so he's hands down. If Juan wants to go all out with Mnemonic into like a Fast Cure or no, yeah, like Mnemonic into Indolent into Fast Cure, it's definitely a possibility. He's gonna put the Fast Cure down. Okay, he's gonna pop this first. He's gonna draw. I don't think the Fast Cure is gonna go off here, just because you have way more cards than him. Indolent. Draw 2. Draws Dungeon Guide. He's just better. And then yeah, you just bring up Polaris and pass. This is the best start you could possibly get. The Fertile plus I think Fertile, Mnemonic, Indolent is basically as good as it gets as an Arizona player. Fractal Rain. Not even a generic float. Say Oh, is that triple Icebound Slam? That's triple Icebound Slam. Okay, you know what? Maybe triple Icebound Slam is actually good enough. But if your opponent is going to just Giga Rush to 3, you now have to worry about Horty counter, Spell, Shield, Astra, Astral Seal. Another Polar Depths. What is going on here? That also means, wow. All right. Weird mills. Continuing to have really weird mills. It's the third Icebound Slam that gets him. He's gonna go level up, 4 damage, and Icebound Slam. As long as Juan doesn't have a Horta counter or a... If he doesn't have Horta counter or Spell Shield Astra, that would win the game. Not gonna discount the possibility of that. Let's see it. He's just hard leveling. Gonna lose fast cure, so that's 1 less heal to worry about. Gather 2 and a 4, so we have some extra healing. I think Bond's probably gonna go for the healer, maybe, to try and get a little bit more insurance. This dungeon guy's gonna go. All right, does he have a negate? This is the most important thing. I actually don't. I think he has a Horta counter. And there's a lot of herbs on field. This is gonna be the freest Horta counter of his life. Dungeon Guide doesn't have to worry about anything. No dismissals, no frostbinds. 1 card in hand. Let's see it. If there's a negate here, then Fred's entire triple Icebound Slam is gonna dissipate into dust. But maybe still. Oh, there's a 3 visit too. Okay, it's Horta counter, 3 visit in hand, which means plus a draw. What is it? Beseech. All right. I think Fred is just gonna go for it, but let's see if he can find a line that doesn't lose to Horta counter. Or actually, at this point, it could be Horta counter or Astral Seal, but it is Horta counter. Actually, wait, is it 3? Should have drawn an extra card from the... Yeah, it should be 4 cards in hand. 4 damage. Gonna mill again. Okay, that's actually a float. We are not gonna use the ringleader here. Draw again. He's gonna go for that. I know it. He's gonna go for it. Can he hold up like a title lock? He has 4 cards. You know what? He's going for it. He's going for it. He's crazy. If he can hold a title lock, it would be enough. It's not. He doesn't have enough. It's gonna get Horta countered. He's gonna get Horta countered. No. Not like this. 1 card in hand. You're about to get so Horta countered. The pain. So much pain. He has to pay 2 here. It's not gonna work. Horta countered. Alright, we're gonna glimpse 3. 1, 2, Astrocyte. Ooh, actually kinda crappy mills. We're gonna Astrocyte, which could be anything. Astrocyte. What is it? Doesn't want it. Was that another negate? I feel like that was another negate. The problem now that we're in the position where Fred can't really attack with allies because of the Polaris, and he also has, if he ever tries to go for like a stratagem, it's just gonna get negated. Pawn also has fast cure, I think, has the 3 visits in hand, so we can eventually start the infinite healing train. Maybe gonna go for a safeguard? I mean, Fred still does have a 20. 5 damage is very doable. Actually, with 2 fractals as well, we can refracting missiles for 3. If we get 2 refracting missiles, that'll be enough. But let's see. Oh, this game is so close. Like, it's just so sad. If that was not a Horta counter, if it was like an Astral Seal instead, or if it was Spell Shield would have also saved him. So there was a lot of things. Could have been. Gonna go GCR. He's gonna dig. He's looking for his money card. I wonder if Fred is actually just gonna start throwing stratagems to try and hope that he doesn't have a negate. Depending on how desperate he is, he might actually do that. Currently gonna go what? Wisdom 3 price? 2. 2 down. What could that possibly be? Mnemonic Charm? It's not mnemonic. Oh, Scatter Essence on the Fractal of Rain. I think that's decent. Obviously, making your opponent lose a Fractal, and then next turn he gets to use this for his Astro Scope. 2-3 visits currently. I think asking for a deck count maybe. Unfortunately, since we're not on Nico here, we can't use the Scepter to get an extra 4 damage off. Ringleader getting an extra draw. I mean, at this position, Terrapin would come in at a 6 HP. What he does have enough herbs to. He can actually just Horde counter the turtle actually. So yeah, looking at Fred's hand, I mean, 1, 2, 3. I think he's just gonna go for stratagem. Like I said, like Fred is just in a position where he's like, yeah, no, I just have to just throw it out every single turn and hope he doesn't have a negate. Where's the Horde counter? Wait. Did he not have a Horde counter? I could have sworn he had a Horde counter. Oh, he doesn't. It's 3 visits. Oh, no, he does. Okay, this is getting so countered. He's letting him destroy his thing already. We have milled. Actually, not that much float. This is getting countered. This is so sad. I'm sorry, Fred. I'm sorry. You got Horde countered. You got Fertled. You got Hordied. 1 card in hand just has to pay 2. Oh, 3 cards in hand, actually. But, I mean, you have 3 herbs. I mean, you can just pay 3, actually, here. I think you actually Horde counter for 4? Horde counter for 4 using 3 herbs plus 1 card in hand. Because this could get... Oh, no, okay. He has enough to play for a potential Frostbind or Tidal Lock. He has to make sure he's doing this correctly. Because, yeah, he has to be able to hold up enough. Because Fred could negate his Horde counter, if ever. It's going to go down to 1. So he's going 2 and 2. So that's for 4. Fred cannot negate that. And he gets a Lunar Seer. Seal, Lunar Seer. Weird. I think he really wants the seal, so he can negate the next. He can negate the next Tidal Lock, or to negate the next stratagem / Icebound / whatever. So, but choosing to go the Lunar Seer because I think he believes he's just gonna find what he needs to. Lunar Seer gonna come down. 1, 2. Do not want either of those. And then gonna 3 visits. Are we gonna do something about this? No, okay. 1, 2, 3 visits. Oh, Comet Fall. I mean, it's damage. There's no allies on board, so not too beat up about that. I guess Dungeon Guide's gone. You will be missed. At this point, I don't know how many bolts are... Oh, he hasn't actually popped his Polaris yet either, so there's only 4 bolts, and I remember he shipped 2 to the bottom at the start of the game, so Scatter Essence. I'm gonna Scope here. We're gonna Lure Seer first. Lure Seer. Fred thinking long and hard about this. I don't think he can really do anything about it. Refracting missiles in hand. Fracturize the astroscope. I mean, you just chain it. All right. Well, I think maybe doesn't know how the astroscope works entirely. Or is he targeting Polaris? Horticounter? Sight and Horticounter? I think, dude, you keep the Horticounter on top? Horticounter, nascent nascent barrier too. Yeah, hey, yeah, that looks right to me. Draw into... We also do have further ground, so we can draw. I'm thinking long and hard about this because he's gonna draw one of these return, and then he could, if he wants to, he can eat the herb for it. But I think he might actually rather keep those 4 Horticounter if he is gonna keep the Horticounter on top. He's gonna keep all 3 on top, arranged in a particular way. Gonna get fracturized. Oh, right, because the Lunar Seer was on the stacks. Now he gets the Astrocyte, and he gets the Horticounter. This is so over. I'm sorry, Fred. I'm rooting for you, but you got Hortied. What can I say? Fertile Grounds, get an extra draw. Well, I think we're saving this for Horticounter, actually. Draw for turn. Actually, yeah, he's just gonna hold Horticounter. I mean, what else do you need to do? You also have 3 visits to heal an extra time, so now Fred has to do 9 damage. Kind of a tall ask for a deck that's playing Scepter that has no level 2. Unless it's Icebound Slam. I mean, Icebound Slam wouldn't even do it. It would have to be Stratagem again. Safeguard. I think Fred's like, I don't even know what to bring out anymore. Icebound Slam. Not good enough. There's the Horticounter. Icebound. I mean, if he wants, he could actually take this. He could just take this and use the 3 visits to heal 2. I honestly think I would just heal 2 and then take it, but Fine would know better. He is Horticounter. Let's freaking go. Look, I see him. He's laughing. He's laughing at him. You got Horty 3 turns in a row. All right, Glimpse 3. He hits a Cosmic Bolt here. You're dead. Because next... Oh, Comet Fall. I mean, Comet Fall is good too. Comet Fall. And then next turn, we will surely hit a Cosmic Bolt. I have to remember that he hasn't popped Polaris yet. So the Cosmic Bolts, 2 of them are at the bottom of the deck. So it's actually going to take a while for him to reach the point. We're going to 3 visits. We're going to heal. Cosmic Bolt. Lunar Seer. Lunar Seer, sure. Gonna pay 1. Right, Lunar Seer. We're just digging for Cosmic Ball at this point. I mean, we can keep the Nascent Barrier, I guess. I think he kept Nascent Barrier on top, and it's just gonna draw into all of this next turn. Or are we gonna start doing our Glimpse shenanigans now in pre-rec? Conduit 2. Oh, this is... we are not in a good place. I'm gonna get an extra herb. Now we have 3. No Horticounter in hand, so we're just gonna draw off of this. I'm gonna draw into Nascent Barrier, so we're super not dead. We have a million glimpses. It's almost impossible for us to lose at this point. Oh, Cosmic Bolt. I don't know how many this... I think this is Cosmic Bolt just for 4. 6. And he still has the Safeguard Amulet, actually. Lunar Conduit, gonna get an extra shout there. What, is he just gonna pass? I mean, Poncho, yeah, he's just gonna pass. Is Fred gonna try and go for the kill one more turn? I mean, I think he's already out. I think he's out of Icebounds. I think he's out of Stratagems. I think he's out of Polar Depths at this point. Okay, Poan is going for the Lunar Seer into Polaris. He's gonna ship a billion. He's gonna ship a billion of these into the deck. At that point, it's just over. We're going gambling. We're just gonna go for the YOLO cosmics. There's what, 9? No, that was cosmic ball for 6. So there is currently 8 cosmic balls in the deck, I think. And Fred knows, I can't win this. I can't win this. What a game. I'm sorry, Fred, but I need to laugh at you because you got Horda countered 3 turns in a row. I'm sorry. I mean, it was a good effort. Honestly, if he didn't have it, he would have lost. If he didn't have it or Spell Shield, he would have lost. Oh my god, Paul, and you're just too good. You're too good. What can I say? Anyway, that I think might be it for Fred because I think he was 4-1-1. I'm not sure if he was 4-1-1 or he was 4. Wait, this is round 6. I think he was 4-1-1. So yeah, I think he's 4-2-1 now. So even if he wins 5-2-1, I don't think makes it. But we'll see. You never know how a bracket will shake up. But yeah, I mean, that was a crazy game. I mean, that was probably the funniest game I've seen all day. So yeah, I hope you guys had fun. I definitely had fun. Definitely helps I know both of these players, so I can laugh at both of them. But yeah, that's it for the game. We're gonna go to break. It's pretty fast, 2-0. So yeah, we're gonna go to our last round after this. So be back in about like 23 minutes. See ya. All right, everyone, welcome to the final round of the Forge Hobby Regionals in the Philippines. We are in AGGCT, so everyone's IDing, which means we had to go all the way down to table 13 to find somebody. There are people like table 5, 6 who are playing, but yeah, we're doing table 13. So we're doing Kyle, who, aka Durnched, who is on, I assume is playing Tristan, versus Actosis, who is on a deck I don't know. Maybe Merlin. It's fire. I see fire, so it's probably Merlin. I'm sorry if it's loud. There's people gambling right in front of me. It's Fire Sylvie. Okay. Tristan versus Fire Sylvie? Very doable. Honestly, very doable for Tristan. So let's see. Storm Slime, though. Cake. All right, that's a second blissful. Are we whipping? Whiff? Okay, no. There was one in there. Alrighty. And that's it? Or Baby Gray? Cake. Alright, pretty good. Lustrous as well, very good against Tristan. I believe. So this should be win Tristan. Let's see. Actually, honestly, Wind Umbra against Sylvie, it is doable. It's very doable. Sadie kind of eats this deck sometimes. Let's see how good of a start. I see Broker. I see Stifling. That's a good start. We're gonna drop a Black Market Broker Scary because she does not have stealth. But we will see. Hopefully there is no Baby Red in the future. If there's a Baby Red, then actually this is Fire Sylvie, so Baby Red is actually extremely likely to be in rotation. Fortunately, not leveling up here, so we should be secure with the Baby Red not going to be able to get the on. Actually, yeah, Cake and Baby Red should not be live right now. I mean, you can play the Baby Red, but it's not going to have the draw discard part. If you play it plus a Gray, I suppose. So let me look at the scores here just to make sure if both of these players. Durance is 3-2-1, so I actually think I don't think he can make it anymore. 4-1, I think it's extremely unlikely, but they could make it in a 16th. So this is kind of a do or die moment, but it's maybe even a do and still die kind of moment. So a bit unfortunate, but that's the thing with, oh boy. 3 counters, so we have stuff now. Cool. Sylvie gonna do Sylvie things. Creative. Let's get creative. Throw a float. You know what they say. Green is not a creative color, so I'm pretty sure Fire hates to see wind. Going to draw up here. We can start getting all of our good slime effects off. Obviously, cannot kill this Black Market Broker anymore, because it has the stealth on it. Otherwise, Baby Red throw. Actually, you don't even need to throw a fire card in the situation. Baby Red throw anything to be able to kill with the buff counter. So let us see what. There's a Baby Red. Fortunately, cannot attack this Broker, so we just have to hit face. Gonna swing on attack, take a 4 damage over here. Also getting a float in there. I'm sure this Baby Red's not very long for this world. Either it's going to die next turn or it's gonna get cremated. Well, clearly not getting cremated here, so that Baby Red's definitely not long for this world. Going to reveal another Baby Red and a Ethereal. Tristan already in the spot where she can level up next turn. She just needs a Sadie. Kyle really wants to see a Sadie here because you can take out at least one of these allies. Get agility, get a lot of free prep. We go boots here. Backup charger is also an option. Just gonna go for boots. Can we hit a Sadie, please? Not Sadie. That's Surveil, though. So it's going to accelerate our prep counter generation. So we're going to go... Ooh, wants to see the grave. Hey, we're going to... Hitting the baby gray instead of the baby red is interesting. Escape the wreckage. Potentially going to come out here. I think an escape is in order. Reduce to ash on the boots is very annoying, actually. Incapacitate, maybe? Alright. So unfortunately, can't use the draw part of the effect. We still have the Surveil, though, so I think we're fine. We're gonna go... Sadie, let's go! Very good, very good. So this is perfect. This is the perfect spot Kyle wants to be in, but there is a chance that next turn he gets DG, Storm Sign, and dies. You know, there is that world, and I'm not gonna deny it. It can happen. These things do happen. Alright. We are going for a uncontrolled banish. There's a world where we just end up losing everything here. Dungeon Guide, please don't go. Alright. That's fine. That's fine. We're fine with losing a red slime. Usually mostly just there for clearing boards. If he has Dungeon Guide here, there's a potential for this game to get very, very out of hand. I don't see a Dungeon Guide. I see Storm, Ethereal, Red, Lustrous, Limitless. Yeah, I actually think Kyle might be able to take advantage of this. He himself can go level up Surveil, add Sadie back, Dungeon Guide to 3. Would a Shadow Strike be at this point? At this point, maybe a Shadow Strike might actually be enough. Baby Red gonna come in here. I mean, he can't attack Sadie. I mean, he could to force it, but gonna just smack face. Honestly, I'm gonna throw another float. Draw into memory. Yeah, I mean, if Kyle has the Dungeon Guide here, he's definitely in a good spot. He's got a lot of prep. He has Surveil and Sadie here. He's going to be at 5 prep at the start of the next turn. If he would like that, return that Sadie in hand. He might just keep the Sadie. Surveil or Sadie? Surveil. Surveil the wins. Gonna give us that 4th prep counter. Gonna draw a card. That's a Zephyr. We're going to go up to Controlled Banish. We're going to lose a Reclaim. Yeah, Reclaim not necessarily necessary here because we didn't use it on a Windmill. Veiling. Actually surprised you with a bit. Oh, Mastermind Scheme is also really, really nice. We can go Sadie here into Fairy Whispers. Try and dig for that Dungeon Guide. Fairy Whispers again. Incapacitate. No, we actually don't want Incapacitate. We're playing against Sylvie. Did he bottom 3? No, okay, he kept one on top. He kept the Fairy Whispers. Fairy Whispers. Oh, I actually see a Slice and Dice in hand. He actually could have gone for Assassin Surfer Slice and Dice here. But I think, you know, there's a risk. Oh my god, he's digging. He cannot seem to find what he needs to, unfortunately. Gonna draw into the Slice and Dice. Oh, Veiling. Gonna recollect. Draw. I don't think he has Dungeon Guide. No Dungeon Guide. No Dungeon Guide. Awkward spot. I mean, we just probably kill the red. Get our agility and then maybe play... Oh, okay, hitting face. Not sure if I can really agree. I mean, Veiling Breeze will keep you alive at least. Mastermind here, gotta pay 4. Sorry that it's so loud. Everyone is having so much fun gambling right now. Going to double. Get the agility 3 proc, and then now let's see if Cheng can just blow Kyle up out of nowhere. There is a world where Kyle just dies here, but I think Veiling will keep him alive, most assuredly. We're gonna lose a Lustrous and an Ethereal. We already have an Ethereal. Let's get creative. And we get to throw a red, so that's another fire cry. I think we should have enough slimes to bring out Guy's Blessing at this point. Maybe we're one off. We have a gray, we have like a red, a baby red, a gray. I mean, after the baby red swings again, we can get the Guy's Blessing out. Issue now is how are we getting to... Oh, that's double Storm Slime. Terrifying proposition there. Double Storm. Gonna go with Ethereal. Is this Ethereal into Double Storm? That's scary. I guess we're just probably gonna throw Verdant Scepter if he has it. If he doesn't have Verdant Scepter, then maybe Stone Scale Band. I don't think Stone Scale Band's as necessary in fire since you already naturally throw all. Okay, Verdant Scepter makes sense. We're gonna give it the cake as well. This is a really big Ethereal Slime. Yeah, he can kill Kyle here right now if there's no Veiling. Double Storm is a hell of a drug. I don't think he can get the Guy's Blessing out is the one issue. And I think his slime count might not be very high because he's been dumping shield mates. So let's see what Cheng's cooking up here. If he goes all in, there's a world where Kyle is able to just go instant 3 and then Shadow Strike and end the game. Puts him at 9 plus 13 plus 1 from the claw. And then 2 Shadow swings for... I think he can do like 18 damage next turn. So yeah, it's like I think Cheng has to just try and go for it, but there's no way he wins through Veiling Breeze. How many slime cards are in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Double Storm doing a potential... Double Storm would be doing 16 damage with the attacks. And of course the Ethereal here. Can we get a situation where we can go Guy's Blessing first? I want to say no. I don't think that's enough cards in hand because it only has 6, so it has to be double Storm here just immediately. I think Cheng is considering whether or not he wants to just go for it now. Against a deck with Veiling Breeze, it's not exactly recommended. Maybe thinking about playing Shieldmate? Kind of bad into Sadie though. I think he's maybe also wants to try killing the Black Market Broker with the Ethereal Slime. With the True Sight. Turbocharge, that is... Ooh, no Incapacitate on this is actually kind of surprising. That seems like perfect Incapacitate fodder. Now, what's the plan after this? If Cheng doesn't have much follow-up from here, there is a world where Kyle goes level up, Shadow Strike while holding Incapacitate, and that should just get him the game cleanly. We're going to return Sadie to hand. Baby Red gonna swing at Sadie. Throwing a... Okay, now we can get the Guy's Blessing out. There is the Veiling there. Is he going to commit it? Or is it Sadie? I'm not sure if he was targeting Sadie or Face. I think this is Sadie. Are we putting Shadow Strike down? That seems a bit dangerous. We're gonna go Guy's Blessing. If we can hit something decent off here. We're at 9, so next turn the double storm is gonna hit super hard. We can actually already threaten. We actually cannot. We can threaten lethal here. We do 12 damage with storm and then another 6 off ethereal. So if you want to force him to use the Veiling Breeze or a stifling, possible stifling as well. Are we killing this Black Market Broker? Yeah, swing face. And then storm. Just try and spike. Oh, cake. Cake. I'm gonna draw. Ooh, Chow Chow is actually interesting card. Would have helped against other decks that actually play floating allies, but Tristan, maybe Swift Recruit. Some Tristans are on Swift Recruit to help against Icebound. Assassin's Ripper. We're really going for a Ripper line? Okay. That's 15 damage threatened, which is not enough yet, but with the Black Market Broker swing, that's enough. I think that's enough. Holding Incapacitate in case of Resolute. 2 down. We're going to go Slice and Dice, and then we're going to use the Assassin's Ripper. And then we're going to tap the Assassin's Ripper, get the +2 effect, 15 damage, just like that. I mean, that is a classic. That's a classic. I feel like if Cheng tried to go for the kill there, I don't think he was ever really going to win just because the Veiling existed. As long as Veiling exists, you just can't really end the game. So, a bit unfortunate on that side, but we make do with what we have. Now let's see if he can have something. I mean, it's just hard because you're playing Fire Sylvie, and Fire Sylvie doesn't have Baby Green, and Baby Green is the main card that helps you against this kind of deck. Obviously, Stifling Trap still exists. It's a way to out it, but they need to have it. So having a Baby Green at the ready ends up being pretty important. So, I'm gonna just get into the sideboard here. I'm gonna put 4 cards, seems like he's trying to remove from the deck. Probably some of the... I wonder if he wants to try and lean more into a Slice and Dice list or try and go for more Shadow Strike cards. I mean, I don't think you have to change too much. Probably put in more Stifling Traps, because that's quite good against Sylvie. And, I mean, Dream Fairy is obviously always good. Seems like he's maybe removing Reclaims. If God gets another really good start like that, you know, this game might end really quick. That's just the price you pay for playing Fire, is that you just lack a lot of relevant interaction on the opponent's turn. Wonder if Resolutes are going to come in. That would be pretty big, but Incapacitate is a card that exists and makes people mad. Looking like basically when he was riffling through his deck, looks like a pretty standard Tristan list. Thinking about removing a Slice and Dice, it seems. It seemed like he was also thinking about removing a Dungeon Guide, but... Okay, 5 out? It seemed 5 out, and then... Or 3 out, 3 in? Ooh, Innervate. Looks like he's putting it Innervate Agility. Innervate Agility, a card that... It's weird, because in some ways, it's good. In other ways, it's not very good. Main thing being that Tristan 2 is strong. It's a pretty strong level 2 on enter effect. So if you innervate down to 1, go back up to 2, you don't feel that bad about it. It's also usable for Shadow Reaver into Shadow Dancer, back down to Shadow Reaver, back to Shadow Dancer. Unfortunately, that doesn't really make much sense against Sylvie, because Sylvie doesn't really play cards that are useful for Tristan, since most of them are Slime, Tamer, whatever cards. You really want to use Shadow Reaver against decks that have like no class bonuses or effects that don't require like specific cards. Merlin's a good example. Pendragon, really good. Ascension, really bad. Draw because you need swords, which you don't play in this deck. Incarnate Majesty, another really bad card to get because you just can't play it. The class bonus basically locks you from ever playing Incarnate yourself, unless you've got that many cards in hand. So yeah, that's why it's just it's a bit awkward. Shadow Reaver is a card that has seen a lot of play early on, and over time I think has petered out a bit. Really, when you have a lot of decks that are generic, usable by any class effects that are, especially ones that plus you, that's usually when it shines. Water in particular has a lot of good like negate cards, but of course some of them are imbue, and imbue cards are not as good when you're playing Shadow Reaver. If you're not already also on wind. Man, both these players take so long out of the side and shuffle. Alright, going first. Makes sense. Horse wants to go first. You're playing level 3 versus level 3, you always want to go first. Reduce to Ash in hand means we can get rid of the boots. So if Kyle has a bad start that has less prep generation, which especially after the ban of Korhazi Outlook, Tristan has been a bit lacking for prep gen. Not a lot of good prep gen cards to replace it. I notice Kyle likes to do that where he like likes to scratch the card as he's like shuffling through them. One of the interesting little physical ticks I'm seeing there. I see a raccoon. At least I think that was a raccoon. Zephyr. Zephyr is pretty important in this matchup. It helps you get around the Covenant of Thorns, which is often one of the biggest problems. Windmill. Do we have Reclaim, though? That is the premier start for this deck. Windmill Reclaim. Does he have Reclaim? Does he have Reclaim? I don't see it. Might be the alt art, though. We're gonna go, let's get creative. Are we creative? We're creative. Sylvie 1. Nothing on Kyle's end here. Just gonna let him do his thing. If you can open a Sadie, that would actually be really strong. Sadie very good against this deck, because most of the slimes are low HP. We're gonna get a Baby Red. Baby Red, a very aggressive card. I wonder if that is the card we're gonna play. Okay, it seems like we're gonna go for the Baby Red. Are we even gonna bother attacking Windmill? It's always a tough question whether you should attack Windmill or not. Obviously, if they have Reclaim, they were gonna Reclaim it anyway, you just waste an attack. Especially a good hitter like Baby Red. Should have a buff counter. He also has the Eruption too. I think you just swing face here. That's gonna be coming in for 4. And I think he drew another Eruption? Maybe. Do we have Reclaim? Oh, he didn't have Reclaim. We're gonna throw out this Scout the Land. Bring out Tristan, get 1 prep. So clearly not as much prep. Can we throw some Surveils right now? Fairy Whispers. No, Surveil first. Surveil. Can we draw another Surveil? Surveil into Surveil? Okay, no. I thought that was another Surveil. Okay, Fairy Whispers. Oh, he found another Surveil. Mastermind, Surveil. So he's gonna keep 2 of those on top. He's gonna keep 1 Mastermind and the Surveil. Draw into Surveil. Then he's gonna draw into Mastermind after this. pretty good start, which means we do have we have 2 prep. We have 1 more surveil, so that's a third, which means we just need 1 more, and we can hit the magical number 4. Hitting face, which means he probably doesn't have another ally, unless it's a broker, something that has more power. Ooh, Imperial Spy, a fun card. We haven't seen much. It's kind of Sadie. It's Sadie against decks that don't have access to fast speed pings or true sight. So it is gonna get that. Does have stealth, so obviously during like the Merlin life, when everyone's playing Lorraine 1 with Sort of Seeking, kind of a bad card, but Cheng here taking his time to think here. Seems like he wants to get some more cards first instead of turboing to 3. If you do want to remove the Imperial Spy, an option is to erupt. 2 down. I'm thinking that might be a gray or another baby red. Another baby red would be quite appropriate. Sylvie's always have them. Maybe a cake as well. One, 2. All right, Chang. What? 3. Dungeon Guide? Limitless Slime, maybe. I'm expecting this to be a Limitless Slime. I don't think you'd want a Dungeon Guide to 2 unless you have too many Dungeon Guides already. Especially with no animal on field. I think it's sensible to DG to 2 if you already have an animal so that you can get a guaranteed draw. Definitely some hesitation here about how he should play this turn out. 3. 3's definitely making me think. Turbo Charge. Okay, that is pretty good. Draws into, I think that was a Resolute. Resolute is very strong against Tristan, who is trying to slice and dice you, but it doesn't really help against Shadow Strike. But it does stop the Shadow Swings at least. So let's see where we go from here. Are we just going to pass it back? Just going to pass it back. Maybe holding some creative shocks. Also holding that. There's the Surveil. Get the level up to Tristan 2. Get 2 draws. GG? Hello? I don't think he drew one, unfortunately. Fairy Whispers for turn. No DG, really? 3 to face. I mean, there's really no DG in all of these draws. Both now. Kyle just not having very good luck in that department. Mastermind Scheme again. Gonna get Agility 3 here. Is that Betraying Blade? I think that's Betraying Blade. Might have put in some waltzes. Might just be another Fairy Whispers. You know, all green cards look the same because they're not creative. Dream Fairies, Windmills. Decent cards to have. I mean, you are getting the chip down. Hopefully has a Stifling Trap in case Chang has has a Dungeon Guide that you can use here. Of course, no draw, but we did get the Turbo Charge, so we're kind of sitting pretty here. Chow Chow going away. Kind of a card that not really that useful in this matchup. I mean, Stealth is good, but you really rather have your higher impact, higher damage allies. Especially when she doesn't get a buff counter. I don't think either of them have dungeon guides. Yeah, neither player has a dungeon guide. Are we gonna go like Baby Red here? Baby Red hit a. We're gonna play Limitless, perhaps. Ooh, put the reduced to ash down. Ooh, red slime. Okay, so red slime, you don't want to kill it because will blow up the whole board. But maybe you don't care. Okay, never mind. We're putting it into our own hands. Not choosing to do anything, no reclaims or anything. But yeah, this is scary. I mean, if there's an Assassin Stripper in his future, that will stop it if he doesn't have a stifling. Okay, nothing. Gonna get the draw and keep an intercept. All right. Fairy Whispers. Let's try and dig for this DG. We are looking. Fairy Whispers again. I mean, I can't say that's wrong. Fairy Whispers again. We're gonna do it again. One. Ooh, there we go. All right, all right. Now we're cooking. We're gonna bottom one of these. We're gonna keep, I think, the Dream Fairy. No, Stifling Trap, actually. And then we're gonna draw into this for turn. We just go Backup Charger? GCR? Yeah, Backup Charger makes perfect sense. We're gonna put 3 down, draw into memory, then draw for turn. So we just drew a Dungeon Guide, so now we can go Dungeon Guide, hit the Baby Gray with the Dungeon Guide, kill it, and then go for Shadow Strike, if we have it. Mastermind number 2. I don't think I see a Shadow Strike, but we definitely could do it. I'm a fan of the Shadow Strike here, if he does have it. Because that would be Shadow Strike for 13 with the Dagger, which is already more than enough once the shadows come in with the extra attacks. Oh, actually, I forgot about the extra prep, so actually it's 14. So with the shadow swings, it's enough, as long as there's no resolutes or anything. Doesn't seem like he has Shadow Strike, though, so unfortunate there. We're going to be a Claw. Cheng did have a reduced to Ash, so there's a world where this Claw gets removed and Kyle has no way of really stopping it anymore. We've done a lot of chip though. That's oh my god. You know, there's a point where, you know, masterminding over and over again kind of doesn't really advance your game state because you don't have the cards to actually use the prep. You know, Kyle, I notice he's kind of a freak who holds his cards upside down. That's crazy. The reduced to Ash could come in here. Or we just, what? Play Lustrous Slime, sit on it, wait until he draws Shadow Strike. No Creative Shock? Or anything? 4 cards, 5 influence, not a lot to work with, especially for Tristan, who doesn't really draw a lot of cards after hitting level 3. Most of the drawing comes from level 2. So she gets a huge influx of influence, and then once she hits level 3, she just starts to bleed and bleed and bleed. Unlike a deck like Astra or even Sylvie, who, okay, losing the Lustrous is a bit. Oh no, that's a him. Okay, well Kyle's got to read this card quite carefully. It's one of the blowout tech cards against Tristan. Looking at it right now. How many slimes are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 3? Just 3. Okay. Collect, draw. Now we're gonna go into ethereal control. I think the Lustrous. I think there was only 1 Lustrous in there. So yeah. What are we throwing? Probably Verdant Scepter again. Unless he thinks that this game might last a bit longer, could throw maybe Horn? Well, you can't go Verdant Scepter when you only have 1 slime on field. So yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense to just throw this one out. Don't really need it. Gonna draw an extra card. Maybe we can find something good. Did he get his draw? I don't think he got his draw, unless the players are discussing something. I'm not entirely sure what's happening. Maybe just a bit of a communication error. All right, gets his draw. Yeah, there's a storm here. Limitless might be an option. Could also just reduce the claw now. Unless you want to wait till next turn on his turn, try and do it. Yeah, there's just not much. Looking at Kyle's hand, it's a bit sparse. I mean, at this point, Slice and Dice would kill you. If you use Claw once, it would be 10 damage plus 2 Shadow Swings for 4. Yeah, I mean, we can definitely get there already. I think trying to set up an intercept would probably be a taunt or intercept. Maybe throw the shield mate out into the fray. Just not the best deck at getting through intercepts without Shadow Strike. I think Kyle does have Dream Fairies though, so that might end up... Actually, the Dream Fairies gotta go for the Ethereal though. Has so much prep, he's just gonna throw it. He doesn't need as much to go for the kill. Ooh, maybe gonna try and kill a Shadow. Pretty hard to kill shadows though. 2 damage. If you want to do 2 damage to a shadow, you need to do 5. Okay, we got a taunt. Or an intercept rather. I'm gonna draw another card. Are we gonna play a shield maybe? Gonna sit in a castle here. Though castling is a bit disadvantageous when you're playing against a deck that can just get around all of it. But of course, Kyle has to find those cards, and I feel like he might have sided some of the Shadow Strike parts of the deck out. Are we going GCR? Okay, we're going to go for Boots. Makes sense. We want to try and keep getting more and more prep. So we can keep redirecting and never die. Draw for turn. Shadow Strike? Not Shadow Strike, but that could be Shadow Strike. That's potentially Shadow Strike. Gonna hit the Baby Gray. Cannot do anything about that. Slime Shield is not a card. Maybe thinking about erupting? Ooh. What could this possibly be? Eruption. Eruption banish 3? Wow, there's actually 3 slime parts in there. That's pretty crazy. Does he have another ally? I think Cheng realizes, like, well, as long as we sit on these intercepts and he can't get around them, we eventually win the game. Now Kyle's seeming a bit confuzzled here. I mean, if he's got the gambler spirit, he could just pop this boot and hope to draw Shadow Strike. Imperial Spy is pretty good here. Wait, does he not have Dream Fairy? Did he banish them? I think he must have banished all his Dream Fairies. Reduce to ash on the claw. Yeah, that's unfortunately how it do be sometimes. We're gonna try and draw our way into something. Maybe incapacitate. No, unfortunate. Imperial Spy here swinging is gonna get retaliated on and die. Wait, do we not retaliate? Okay, there we go. Retaliate. We're really in Shadow Strike waiting room at this point. Shadow Strike or Slice and Dice waiting room. Cheng could definitely just end the game. We did banish a bunch of slimes. The storm is now buffed up. Also need to... Actually, give me a second. I do need to review something, make sure that... Just gonna take a little read of the shadow here. Why not? I actually need a review. I just want to make sure that the eruption was proper, because there are some restrictions on it. I believe it was. There's a lot of fire slimes in this grave. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. Trying to figure out how to get around the shadows. I mean, the way you get around the shadows is by just using storm slime, but storm slime not enough at this point. Fortunately, you know, sometimes we do have some language barrier issues. You can see Cheng's just like a bit confused about something. I'm not sure what the issue is. Something about the claw. Seems like we're gonna have a judge call here. And just sit here and wait for them to figure out what's happening. Still not sure what is going on. Head judge going up there. Gonna talk to them about something. Anyway. I mean, at this point, really, Kyle just needs to find Shadow Strike. But then he also has to have to be able to get around Covenant, which I imagine Cheng is going to immediately bring out after this, because it just makes sense. The only way you die here is if you get Shadow Struck. I guess Slice and Dice works too, but basically you have to get hit by a big hit. You're healthy enough to survive for the coming turns. They are calling upon Pro-An probably to translate. So maybe I can get a comment from someone to find out what's going on. But I'm just gonna sit here and yap until they're done with whatever it is they're talking about. Yeah, definitely has the Zephyr already. Shadow Strike into Zephyr should be more than enough. This should be what, 12 counters? He was with 8, and then he went for another one, 9, 18. So redirected 1, 16. So Shadow Strike would do 20 on its own, even without a dagger. So more than enough. We just need to get around Covenant. Which is not on field yet, but I imagine it will be on field. Seems like we're coming to a decision soon. Yeah, I mean, been a long day. I mean, I hope everyone's having a good time. I mean, I definitely had a good time casting these past 2 days, especially considering my favorite deck was heavily featured with Astra. Ooh, I think they're good. Okay, they haven't started playing yet. Okay, maybe now. Yeah, I think. All right, he's thinking about. I mean, what else could that possibly be? It's got to be Covenant. Unless he's going for the kill this turn, it's got to be Covenant. This is the one thing about Tristan that always feels so bad. Just like sitting here waiting to draw Shadow Strike or Slice and Dice, you just never find it. The deck filters a lot, but sometimes it's not enough, especially compared to Astra decks or compared to these water decks that draw so much. So you're gonna redirect again. Doesn't even want to take even a little bit of damage. Let's have that eruption could bring out a. Did not get a good glimpse at how many slimes were in there, so we could try and get a Guy's Blessing out. Storm coming in for 6. Are we doing anything about this? I mean, you can still take the damage, but if he has 2 of them, you're gonna have to Failing or Stifling. But the problem with Stifling a Storm is, of course, when you stifle a Storm, you're gonna feed the Banish more. You're gonna give him a chance to draw more Storms, and that's always been the eternal question with Sylvies. So he's gonna Veiling, reveal 4 wind cards. There's not a single purple card in sight. And I mean, at this point, you can't really do anything. He's just gonna drop a Shieldmate and try and block. We presumably have a Covenant under this QSG, so we have Covenant plus QSG. So okay, this is the Shadow Strike roulette. Are we hitting Shadow Strike? No. Are we hitting Shadow Strike? No, that's Dungeon Guide. Shieldmate sitting here on the taunt. No dagger because it was destroyed. What are we gonna do? You know, sometimes your deck is all filter and no action. And you only draw the filter side of the deck. Kind of like a Merlin problem. Where you draw you draw like a bunch of draw cards, but you don't draw the float. You draw the float, but you don't draw the discard cards. And it's just... That's what I'm seeing right now. I'm just seeing like a lot of the utility cards. I'm seeing some of the not even really consistency. Because the consistency of this deck is 4 Fairy Whispers and maybe Scotland. Not the best. Stone Scale Band gonna come out here. We're gonna discard, and I'm sure Gaia's Blessing is definitely coming in this turn. And at that point, as soon as he finds another storm, you're just gone. Even gets to throw this Dungeon Guide away. Draw 3. 1, 2. There's the storm. We just need to get the blessing out. Throw a storm for 11. Even if he stifles that, I think if he has an eruption, he can even dodge the stifling trap. Does he have an eruption? Oh, I think he does. Yeah, he has an eruption, so he can dodge the stifling trap if he wants to. I mean, we swing first and see what he does. He's gonna waste some prep counters to try and redirect. Is he unveiling now? Scout. Oh, he did have Scotland. One. If there's a Shadow Strike, please. Wow. I mean, what can I say? The thing about Scout that feels so horrible is you can't shuffle them to the bottom. They're just stuck there. It's kind of like Idle Thoughts, everyone's favorite, reprinted a trillion times card, Idle Thoughts, where you just chuck a bunch of useless crap at the top of your deck and can't do anything about it. Yeah, I mean, there was a Sadie. We can use the Sadie to kill the Shieldmate, but it's not really achieving anything. And now we know that the top 3 cards of the deck are useless, which does not help. Oh, okay. Now we're in danger. Storm here would, after a Gaia's Blessing, the Storm here would hit for 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's actually, no, it's 11 damage, which is enough to kill, but he still has another Veiling. So let's see. 3. Cremating the Storm. That's pretty juicy. We're going to get the draw off of this one. Banish 2. We're going to fill the grave more. Ooh, not a 1 slime card. And we do get to draw 2 here. Actually, we get to draw 4, which is a bit crazy. Draw another 2. There's Lustrous. Lustrous with Shieldmate is a lot to burn through. Gaia's Blessing at this point? Surely? There's no way we don't have 4 slimes engraved. I guess the Eruption did remove a lot of them. I think it's Lustrous. I mean, there's no Shadow Strike yet. There's been 3. We saw the Scout. There's no Shadow Strike on the imminent horizon. Okay. Just gonna go for it. He does have a Stifling Trap, which means big risk going for the Stifling. If he hits another Storm off of the draw, you're definitely shit out of luck. Actually, he does have the Eruption. He can dodge the Stifling Trap. So, unless he put it down. I want to say he didn't put it down. I think you just have to go for Veiling here. It's only for 8, so it's not the end of the world. But then there's just swing after it. He's taking it. And he's gonna redirect the attack. Actually, an eruption here might actually kill. I'm gonna redirect that. Guy's blessing. Oh, I think he's looking for an eruption kill. We're gonna play Blissful Calling. Oh, another storm. I mean, you simply gotta add the storm here. Yeah, I think it's pretty curtains for Kyle here because he just can't draw his Shadow Strike. We already know that the top 4 is not Shadow Strike unless he has a Fairy Whispers to bottom all of these useless cards. Seems like a pass. What are we bringing out? Assassin's Ripper? Oh, he put the Stifling Trap down. I mean, does he have Slice and Dice? There's still a Shieldmate on field, which means you have to get rid of Shieldmate, and then you have to also get rid of Covenant. And then when you go shields down, he's gonna Eruption you and kill you. Just needs 3 damage. Doesn't have much influence, so definitely. Okay, Zephyring, Shieldmate. We're erupting now. No ability to incapacitate, but he does have the ability to Veiling. I feel like maybe a bit hasty on this because he does have enough cards to hold for Veiling.
Okay pa siya. Okay pa, bro.
Gonna do
Okay pa
3. I mean, you have to Veiling this, otherwise you die. Did he keep it in hand or did he put it down? Yeah, he still has it. I think that was a bit hasty. I mean, I understand he wants to do it when there's no possibility of an incapacitate, but if your opponent is not gonna go, if they're gonna try and go for the kill that turn anyway, then you might as well wait for them to commit more before going all out. So we're gonna banish 3 slimes, 3 damage. Yeah, he has to Veiling. It's the only option. Gonna banish 1, 2, 3. And each one does 1, so actually, Slime Eruption is a card that doesn't target, so he could actually move it to something. He could actually move it to his Storm Slime here if he wants to. He can target Storm Slime and then draw 2. All right, well, something's happening again. Hate to see these on the last rounds. Kind of like a messy, judgy heavy game, but I'm sure everyone will get. I feel like it's something to do with the eruption not targeting. So technically, he could change his target. Asking for Boy to translate here. I'm just watching from the other room. I'm seeing their conversation. Something about it's got to be something about eruption. Let me actually read eruption. Make sure I remember what this card actually does. And up to not, yeah, so he did banish 1 fire and 2 non-fire, so that's above board. For each card banished, we choose a unit and deal 1 damage. It's choose, so we're fine. Yeah, so this should be above board. We should be good. I mean, the Veiling, you just have the Veiling here. You're just gonna have the Veiling here. You just have to. You simply do. I mean, I really do like hitting your own Storm Slime here. It might draw you into like a Resolute or something. All right, you know what? We're going back. We're going back to me. Sorry for that. I mean, sometimes these games just do happen, but only 4 minutes left in the round. But I'm sure they'll probably get an extension, but I don't think they'll be able to finish a third game unless it's a really quick slice and dice kill, which is, I guess it's possible. Or on the other side, a really quick double storm slime kill. So we'll see what ends up happening there. Still. Okay, never mind. They're still not. So guys, how are you enjoying the new meta? I think it's pretty fun. I like Astra. I'm just biased. I like Astra. Can I say? So I'm glad to see at least a level 3 deck that is doing well. That's not Sylvie, because before this it's like Merlin is kind of dead, Luxem is kind of dead. Diana, like, she's weird and fringe, and because of that she can get wins, but I think she's not reliable. But now we have like Astra who's doing really well. So I'm really happy to see that. So it's easy. Now we have Sylvie, we have Astra, we have 2 level 3 decks that are doing okay. Now we just need to get to the position where more of them exist. But maybe I'm just biased because I like Advanced Element. I prefer Advanced Element over like these level 1, 2 decks. I mean, I think Nico is really cool. I think Nico and like the mill decks are really cool, but I love Advanced Element. I want to play the super weird Advanced Element cards that are always doing crazy things, that are all like thematic and interesting. So very, very curious about the new Rico decks. What does Daoshan do? I look at the card and I have no idea what it means. I can assume some things about what it's supposed to do, but who really knows? In the end, it's basically an incomprehensible effect without the rest of her champion lineage and cards. Her Gallia probably matter a lot. So we'll see about that. I think we are going. We're still not going. I take it back. I take it back. We're not going. I see the players like moving their cards and I think to myself, oh, you know, are they playing? But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what it is. Fortunately, in our productions here, we don't have like the easy communication between the judge table and here, so I can just assume. I think like it's something about this eruption. I don't know. I think, okay, I'm watching and he's pointing at his storm slime, so I think he wants to hit his own storm slime or something. They're stacking the cards in the middle, trying to show the sequencing. Yeah, I mean, it's something about the eruption into the Bldg, into whatever. We'll see. Okay. I think, are we going? Are we going? I don't know. Like, they're doing things, but all right. Targeted, I guess, base. I don't know. Maybe there was like a verbal communication thing saying I wanted to target this, but then eruption doesn't target, so we'll see. Gets Zephyr. He needs to draw Slice and Dice right now. He drew Slice and Dice, but he can't stop Covenant of Thorns. Covenant is going to wreck him here. That's just a turn too late. If he drew this a little bit sooner, we would have been in a pretty decent. Is he gonna just swing face for swinging for 3? That's unusual. I mean, that's not even close to enough to kill. The shadows are gonna swing in 1 each, puts him up to 15. Gonna bust out the quadruple Tempest Downfall after this, because a card was Zephyred. I mean, what is Cheng thinking about? He has no cards. Oh, I think he's thinking about the Covenant. Are you really gonna Covenant a random swing? Maybe he's trying to think about like what could possibly do 10 more damage after this. I mean, I would definitely err on the side of be greedy. You know, if your opponent's just trying to psych you out. Oh wow, he's taking the bait. He's taking the bait. He's taking it. You actually would rather this be on Ith. Tough to say. I mean, I think you actually don't want it on Storm because there's a Storm in your memory right now. He drew into a Storm earlier, so he would rather. I mean, he can still have the Storm die and then just not choose to use the on death effect. But then at that point, you might as well choose Ethereal because then at least Ethereal has more life buffer, so that the Covenant would last more. But let's see. I don't know. I really don't know how Kyle plans to win from. Yeah, I mean that's it. And then Shield May comes out. So this turn he just gets a Storm and then kill, unless Kyle has a Stifling Trap. I think this is pretty much curtains. I mean, at this point, Gaia's Blessing has gotta be. We are at 9 cards. Are we still not in Gaia's? Can we still not Gaia's Blessing? Oh, he drew another Eruption. Maybe he doesn't want to Gaia's because he wants to hold these Eruptions. Since he drew that, since he has the Eruption, he can just dodge a Stifling here, and yeah, that's game. So I don't know if they're gonna do a third game or not. Seems like that. Okay, looking at the time in the round, they got an extension, 7 minutes extension seems like. So they gotta play really quick because neither of these decks are. Okay, Sylvie can end games fast. Sylvie, and so can Tristan. It really just depends. But if Tristan wants to end fast, she either needs to get tons of prep super fast, just immediately Dungeon Guide to 3 and then Shadow Strike and end the game, or she has to go for Assassin's Ripper Slice and Dice. Sylvie wants to do the same. She has to do the same thing. She's got to just like rush to 3, double Storm Time, and hope that there's no Bailings and no Stifling Traps. The only issue in this situation is, of course, I think in terms of who is more likely to win faster, I say it would be. I think Tristan is more likely to win because I think Tristan can survive longer. So it's probably going to be a draw or Tristan's going to win. So let's see. I mean, managing your time well is a big part of Grand Archive. Best of 3s with decks that are kind of grindy, a lot of times they don't end. So you just got to be prepared for that. They've only got 9 minutes left, so we gotta go real fast. Do you guys always pile shuffle? Even when you're under extreme time pressure? Because I don't even bother pile shuffling anymore because, come on, we gotta pick up the pace. Definitely waiting to see. Oh man, it's just, this is what I hate about watching Tristan games. Is it just feels like, oh, she would just win if she just had Shadow Strike. She just never has it. Never has the Shadow Strike. She never has the Slice and Dice. And I don't know why she's the deck in particular that it feels the worst in. I guess it's because she just doesn't draw as much as other decks. Like, Sylvie also has a ton of searchers. So it's very unlikely she just doesn't find Storm. Usually she has Blissful, she has Gather, she has Bird, she has all these ways of finding Storm. And then the level 1 decks, they just like draw a ton. Then you have Tristan who just sits there and does like a Fairy Whispers every now and then. Gets a few draws, but overall it's like kind of hard because you also need to find multiple things. If you want Shadow Strike, you also need to find Mastermind. If you want to do Slice and Dice, you also just need to find the Prep Gen. So it's just so many moving parts of this deck that sometimes it just doesn't end up panning out. In that situation, he had everything he needed to get there. He just didn't have the actual card that ends the game. Sadie opener is fine. It's not bad, but it's not good either. It's definitely not Windmill Reclaim. I haven't seen a Windmill Reclaim yet. Playing the gray here is a risk. I don't really want to bring out a gray if Sadie is just going to eat it next turn. Going to show off 2 fire cards, especially without Slime Shield as a possibility because he is on fire. So I think we just level up. Do we even use Sadie? I don't even think we need to. I think we just... Oh my god, he lost Shadow Strike! You're not gonna find it again. No. Think about the past. Unless he has another one already. Sometimes you find people and they have like 3 Shadow Strikes. And it's like, what the hell am I doing with this? He's thinking about the Sadie. He's thinking about if he wants it. You know, he's just gonna let it go. Fairy Whispers. Oh, actually, he does have a second Shadow Strike. Okay, we're cool. We're cool. Black Wire Broker. We are accelerating. Agility 3. Probably just add that Fairy Whispers back in. All right. I mean, this is a good start for Guile. If he wants to try and end this game fast, he's already at 3. Wait, is he at 3 prep? No, he's at 2 prep. He's already at... Oh, wow, I lost Turbo Charge. I don't think you want to go for Backup Charger anyway since you're trying to finish this game quickly. Creative Shock. Let's go creative. Ooh, gets a float. It's good. It's good. We're good. All right. I mean, there's a chance we go infinite here. Next turn, go up to 2, and then immediately just blow him up with Double Storm. But 2 allies on the board are unfortunately making it a bit harder. You play anything, that Sadie's also just going to get agility again. He's already at 2 prep. He just needs one Sadie activation, puts him at 3. So if he has a Surveil in hand, we could get to the Assassin's Ripper breakpoint already. But I don't see Slice and Dice. So I do see Shadow Strike. I'm just waiting on... Ooh. Is he just gonna swing face? Ooh, double Dungeon Guide. If he swings at Sadie, she just goes back to hand. If he swings at Broker, Sadie will go back to hand and then put it at 3 prep and then get stealth. Swing face, you just do damage. Yeah, I mean, you just gotta. I think at this point, you know, we're both players here need to win this game to even have a chance of getting in, and I don't think it's pretty likely that they're getting in anyway. So at this point, it's mostly just for the placements. Have a higher placement. I do see that reclaim. We could reclaim this Broker back so we can try and get some more prep. Ooh, DG2-2. We are going to get a draw from this. We are risking losing our other DG though. Big risk here. But sometimes you have to take big risks. And we are safe. 2 Lustrous. We don't need that. We're trying to end the game. Get an extra draw. Next turn, we go for DG to 3 and then try and storm this guy out of town. Swing 1 more to face. Can we draw? Oh, actually, no. Does he have something? No, that's Windmill. I'm really looking for... Okay. Sadie return. We need that prep. Boots. Oh, Backup Charger. Works as well. If we find Slice and Dice, we can try and end the game next turn. But if Cheng wants to play a bit conservatively, he can go QSG Covenant, and then Dungeon Guide to 3. I imagine it's just Sadie again. Sadie again, let's kill this Baby Red, get some agility, and then we just chill. We have Stifling Trap. We can stop anything. There we go. Sadie, gonna come in, kill the Baby Red. We're gonna get agility. We don't even care about Dungeon Guide. We're just gonna leave it on field. Gonna get agility back and put all these cards back in our hand. And so we're gonna go... Oh, actually just gonna hard level. We don't even care about the other DG. Hard leveling here with all the float that we had. Gonna banish 1. Oh my god, he lost the storm. This is why sometimes you gamble and you gamble hard, you lose hard. So that was the storm. I mean, it's gone. I think that's the only storm in his hand. Ethereal could become a storm. We're gonna throw Verdant Scepter, I imagine. Gonna go up to 3. Give it a cake as well. If he draws a storm here, I think he can still win. Well, not for that Veiling though. we're gonna go swing at 5, 6 damage, which would put you at 11, which is enough for a storm, I think, to probably kill you. But you could just wait for that before going for it, before you have to commit. Then maybe he goes... If he tries to clear the allies, though, then he's wasting his time, not ending the game. He has 2 minutes left. Thinking hard here about how he wants to play this out. I do see Scout the Land. I see Shadow Strike. I still don't see the Slice and Dice, but maybe the Scout the Land can find the Slice and Dice, but they never do. They never find the card they need ever. That's the Tristan special. Oh. Okay. I'm sorry. But the internet decided to conk out right at the end. So... yeah, I gotta apologize. I mean, it was working. Oh, wait, we're back. Never mind. We're not back. We're never back. Oh, we're back. I'm not sure what the players are doing. I think the players are basically like, hey, we're not gonna finish this game. So swing in to face. Is he gonna veiling this? Oh, hitting allies because he just doesn't want to lose the game. Limitless, pretty decent. Gonna give it a buff counter. We're gonna go limitless. Swing for 4. Are we gonna veiling? Oh no, this is Sadie going into Sadie. Yeah, it seems like going to Sadie. Thinking about what he's gonna put down. Currently at the 3 prep bench point. If he has a surveil, we can at least hit the. We can at least hit the. We can try and hit 4 here if we can at least. Though if we're trying to go for a slice and dice line, we really want to. We really want to have the assassin stripper out. Otherwise, it's not. Actually, a slice and dice line wouldn't even do enough at this point. It's only 15. So we need to do another 6, especially with the allies cleared off. Gonna take another point of damage here. Going up to level 2. I imagine he must have a card. Oh, he's already at 4? Oh my god, he drew Waltz. Shadow. Is that that's Waltz? Yeah, that's Waltz. Does he have Dungeon Guide? Scout the Land would go crazy here. Fairy Whisper. He has Scout the Land. I always choose to pick Scout the Land before Fairy Whispers because otherwise, if you go Scout the Land first, then you're gonna see all the crappy Scout the Land cards. We're gonna go Scout here, and now you have 2 Scout the Lands, and it's gonna see the same things. Shadow Strike. Does he have Dungeon Guide? If he has Dungeon Guide, he can win this game. Well, no, only 4 prep. 5 prep when he goes to level 3. 9 damage, 10 with the claw, 14 from the shadows. Put him at 18. Yeah, no, we're off. He has to have like Mastermind. He has to have Dungeon Guide, Mastermind, Shadow Strike. Scout again. I mean, Shadow Strike. Last game he couldn't find just Shadow Strike to save his life, and now he's finding all the Shadow Strikes. I'm gonna draw into something. Gonna recollect. Gonna draw. Drawing into Surveil. Dungeon Guide. I don't see it. If he has it, he needs to try now. Okay, we're still digging. Shadow. Another. Wait, no. We already saw that from the Scout Land, and we gotta just add the. You just add the stifling here and hope you can survive a storm onslaught. Choosing to keep Zephyr. Okay, did he bottom all 3, or was that Zephyr always there? I just misread. I might have thought it was a reclaim. We're gonna surveil. Oh my god. Got a prep counter. Not looking good. And Chang has a chance to end this game here. He has to just draw Storm Slime. Veiling should keep Kyle alive, however. Gonna go for a Mastermind? Mastermind here would be pretty good. Otherwise, you go pass turn, survive off Veiling, level up to 3, Mastermind the 3, and then go for the Shadow Strike. But you need to have enough cards, because this is Covenant. I mean, it's always Covenant. You need to have enough to deal with Covenant here. If you actually wanted to guarantee that you end this game next turn, you would actually just Zephyr the QSG in response to the on-enter, so that he has no chance of putting it down. Oh wow, he's Zephyring the... Does he have another one? He's got to have another one. Four cards in hand. That's probably not enough to end the game. I don't know about Zephyring an Ethereal Slime. Does he not have Veiling? Maybe he doesn't have Veiling, actually. He's actually going to give him another draw. Maybe draws into a Resolute or something. Gonna throw away Boots. We don't need that against this deck. And we have the level 3. We already have the Shadow Strike. We just need to go for it. We're gonna go Boots. We're gonna keep looking for DG. And that's Incapacitate. That's not gonna help. Draw. Incapacitate. Oh my god. I love Tristan. And I'm looking at it. I'm not seeing a way. I'm not seeing a way out. And I don't know if they're deciding to draw or one of them is perhaps Kyle's conceding. I'm not sure. That's just a rough. There's the dungeon guy. Finally, it took what? 20 cards deep into this deck before you found a dungeon guide. Sometimes you're just unlucky. What can I say? Because he had, I want to say he had Mastermind. I don't know if he did, but I want to say I saw one. He definitely had Shadow Strikes and Volta, so he had the gas to like try and go for the game, but he didn't have the one piece he needed, which is Dungeon Guide, and that seems to be like the entire ethos of the past two games, or these past two games. That Tristan player just never finds what he needs to, and then the Slime player doesn't either. Anyway, I just like to thank everyone. That's our final round. This is the Forge Hobby Regionals. Just want to thank everyone who took their time out of their weekend to come watch today and yesterday. I've been Flan, and it is late, and I've been talking by myself for 2 straight days. So I'm not gonna keep this preamble, I guess not preamble, but like this conclusion to this stream very long. Thank you again for watching, and I hope to see you again in the future events we run here, and of course the Ascents that we run also in Asia. There is of course Taipei we have Nats in Taipei in April, as well as Kuala Lumpur at the end of April. So look forward to that. And of course, Utrecht next week. So if you want to see highest level Grand Archive out there, stay tuned for that. Anyway, I am going to go rest my voice, and we're going to head to the... Well, it's not going to be on stream, but we're going to go to our awarding soon. We're going to announce the top 16. Anyway, thanks for watching. I'll see you all on the next stream.